Welcome everybody to session 32 of season 2 of
That
Forgotten
was
Genesis.
rudely interrupted. Sorry, go ahead.
It's been it's been a crazy week. Gotten a decent bit of work on getting Foundry up and running started. And also I think I'm fairly settled on which service I'm going to use, maybe. I'm not sure. I'll have to do a little bit more thorough research, but all three of them do have video software linked into them once we get the server side of it going. So who knows? Maybe it'll mean that we can do more thorough overlay through that. I don't know. That's it'll also depend on if there's a a bad tick on internet usage. If I'm just doing a local host, which means I don't purchase a server. Um, but localhost does mean that you guys won't be able to access your character sheets or anything else outside of when I'm actually logged in. So that's a caveat. But regardless, some things are working, even at least on the digital side again. Sheets are now able to level up to 40. There are not mechanics attached to 21 plus yet, but it's getting there. Doing the back end work to make it function is weird.
He did a real big overhaul yesterday while I was working at work, and I forgot all the pencils on top of the table. Now I have to bring my sharpener to work. I have to spend an hour sharpening pencils.
And I will say the other caveat about doing server hosting for Foundry VTT will be if I do choose a server host, that means some plugins that would work on my local machine for it may not function in the server host because it's going to depend on which versions it utilizes on both ends. I'll have to honestly, once I get everything else squared away and functioning, I'll have to probably go through at least like the 7-day to 2-week trial on each of them and just kind of test and see how they work and make my decision based on that. Though honestly, there is one based on its pricing alone that I'm not going to be doing because its pricing for its maximum capabilities is like $50 a month, which no, the other two are capped out at like respectively $13 for the other one and like $12 for the third for their maximum capability. So yeah. The only advantage to the $50 a month one is the sheer amount of bandwidth that it provides, which is 4,000 gigabytes of bandwidth, which might justify the $50 price tag, but there's also the other justification which I need to manage, which is well, my own income. Consider so. But at the same time, another thing to consider there is if none of these server hosting services allow for use of all the plugins that I want to make use of for this. And the question is, maybe do I just pay the rental fee for a router directly from my ISP, and thereby I no longer have to worry about overblowing my data. Which would mean that this delightful Netgear Nighthawk that I bought from Russo would not be functional for that, but that's all going to come with the testing phase once I get everything functioning. Why am I ranting about this right now? Because honestly, I'm overheated and I'm trying to get my brain working just by talking about something that I've made some active progress on. But either way, Foundry is coming. I really want to say that it's going to be ready next week. Realistically, having started fucking with it, I doubt it will be.
It's like 3 weeks.
Yeah. It's going to be like if I had nothing but time to put my nose to the grindstone, I would love for it to be done in a week. But I'm gonna say, if I have the opportunity and the freedom to be nose grindstone-y with it, I'll say 2. But realistically, again, 3 might be the timetable for that. That said, once it's at least in a semi-functional position enough where like I can finally send you guys the invite link just so you can see the preview, what the hell's happening, all that works. that will probably be out ready for you guys before that 3-week time period.
I found a random notebook for this from the study that I can use as Avery's notebook. Because I don't want him to share notebooks with Cosma.
Yeah. It is odd, though, because one of the things that I got to do to back end this shit to make it all work for Epic levels is there's a JavaScript editor that one of the plugins provides that I have to work with. So I've been looking up tutorials, and I've been backing with Java. I don't code. This is a new thing for me. What the fuck?
I'm pretty good at Java.
I haven't done a whole lot of studying on Java, but given I work with JavaScript a lot, it shouldn't be too hard to grasp.
It's not too hard to grasp. It's just I'd say it's more tedious than C++ sometimes.
Yeah, I will say it's not a difficulty as much as it's daunting amount of tedium. I'm sure once I get everything knocked out and in a stable place, then I won't have to fuck with it all that much afterward, but
Yeah, that's the thing about tedium in code is the more tedium there is, the more stable it usually is once you get it running.
yeah.
Look, bust.
Of course, that's the other awkward thing in order to get some of the Epic level stuff functioning, which is completely
it's not
duplicating
focusing.
existing compendiums
It's a
and then
flower.
editing them piecemeal, which is... But either way.
Look, they're little flowers. Little tiny baby flowers. I stick them in dice. Make a whole rose set. I'm gonna make one called Painting the Roses Red and paint half of the roses like with a drippy paint and make it look like it's dripping.
Yeah.
I don't think he caught anything I just said.
It's just something about red and dripping.
So, I got roses to stick in my dice. So now I'm going to do a Painting the Roses Red set because I've got white roses. So half of them are going to be like dripping on one side, and I'm just going to have it like somewhat, and then I'm going to get like a halfway made paintbrush out of like, I'll make it out of Sculpey clay or something. And I'll just put it in there and I'll be like, we're painting the roses red, guys. We're going to get our heads chopped off. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Roses are red, violets are red. Alright, so. Yeah, D&D recap time. Let's get it started in here as it's fucking sticky in here. It's that kind of sticky, grimy fucking...
Joe's got his new shirt on today.
I do, yeah.
Got his new shirt on.
Yeah.
Got the whole world.
I wish. Hand sanitizer probably isn't going to help this. Well, it might help the sticky feeling. I don't know. It's something to make me feel a little bit cleaner than what I'm feeling right now.
We want a full recap? We met Violet's grandmother and we found out that she's attached to the house. And she can't leave the house. Probably way too old to leave the house. Because that's what elves do, is they become part of the ground and the earth of itself.
Yeah, for an elf to look visibly aged as she does, they have to live for a while. Have I already... Oh, I went on a tangent and went on the Foundry rant when the pre-stream was off. Well, haha. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, and then we all had dinner, and then we heard about Cosma's girlfriend and her being really sick. Or not Cosma, Avery. I did it again! I did it again!
You did it again, but
I'm
backwards.
so tired!
You did it again, but backwards.
How did I do it? I got it fixed yesterday, and now it's gonna do the same thing the other direction. No!
And this is the character that isn't as closely related to me, the player.
I know. I'm so frustrated. Okay, so and then her aunt and uncle got jobs, and Violet doesn't know what those jobs are.
Is you frustrated about mixing up the nomenclature?
Don't.
The woman quote.
They'll start because I have to literally go in and out of 2 accents today. Don't be mean to me. I had 6 yesterday.
Hey, that's your choice.
Don't do this to me. I work really hard, okay? My Charlotte voice is actually cutest, I think. She has a lisp as a child because she's got fangs. So she always ends up pushing her tongue too far forward. Like, I always imagine that she's got a lisp because she's trying to learn how to say things in, like, Undercommon. And so it's just literally her tongue getting stuck in between her fangs and her getting tongue-tied. Mom, it's stuck. I can't
It's stuck. It felt stuck. You gotta get a little bit of the Daffy Duck in there. If it's stuck.
Charlotte the tiny bee.
I feel despicable.
Despicable.
Supposed to say stunning. How are you doing? Dubai. We put a silver tree in the front yard, and everybody got like. We shook the house. It was great. And we were gonna find out what Vanestra did, but we don't know what Vanestra did. So I don't know what Vanestra did to the very tuxedo man. And then Xanon was like, I'm taking a bath. And then he was also commenting on everybody's boobs. So we were having a full conversation about boob size.
No, the Xanon was only looking at 2 characters' boobs, if I remember him correctly. I think he clarified on that.
But you turned yourself into me. And then you started. And it was like.
That was awesome.
With bigger boobs. That's basically what happened for Violet. She's like, wow, those are huge. I wish I had some like that. That would be great.
Easy, just become a changeling.
That's
I
right.
really
You guys
offered
were
the
fondling
genie.
yourselves for a good chunk of last session.
V also offered the gin to the ghost.
Yeah, we don't know what happened with it. It was like a secret. That was the end of last session. That was gonna be the drop reveal. And we didn't know what happened. And then we were supposed to go over to Angel stuff, but Joe got tired. His brain was burning like a biscuit.
My brain was.
Ew. I hope that wasn't like direct quoted. Aw man, I'm gonna get to talk to myself this session considering Violet has the pink piece of glass. Oh man.
My brain grew a mouth out of my ear and said, "Feed me, Seymour."
So that's where we were at. So I think that's a full recap.
Yeller, and who wants to read off?
V also made her chest massive for some hijinks. He comforted Avery, went to see what the aunt was doing, talks about the Goliath butler, and Amira got to work forging / crafting. Everyone new gear and items as well as set the foundries to work with crafting certain items. Sorry, my speech tends to break down if I tend to read out loud too long.
You can point over at me if it's too long for you to read. You can literally go, hey person, to the side of me. Can you
It's so frustrating. I can read just fine. It's just like my speech starts to break down when I.
Verbiage is not a thing that we need to be focused with. Sorry. I'm relaxed right now. Super total
To the point of
relaxed.
like I'm so focused on trying to get the words out that the words lose all their meaning.
I'm really tired though today because we worked really hard yesterday. Finally got all the trash out of the office. I need to clean the windows on Monday again because we've got spider webs trying to join the party. the new Luigi's Mansion they have spiders?
Wow.
I was not happy finding that out, and the spiders bite you.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. I'm a shy guy. Wow.
Okay.
Yes!
And then finally, Annalie. Jesus. Okay. Brandon. A notable recap from Danon as well.
A recap.
Yeah, recap. Wow.
Let's see.
That's bright. I'm gonna turn up my camera till we.
I think we used Minestra's walk ability to go to Violet's grandma's manor.
No, we have record.
Okay, use the record. It's a small island. It's very cold. Violet changed forms.
Oops.
And then we all took a bath. Amira cleansed the cursed items, made new ones. Violet's grandma answered some questions. We ate, felt a small quake. Silver and metallic tree appeared outside the manor.
Tree.
Went outside to see. Violet was near it. She said it would take me home. And then did some training with Nestra.
We hadn't ended the night yet because nobody had come inside just yet.
Yeah, Avery for some reason was racked by a horrible pain for a little bit.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't.
That was
Don't
because
know
you
why.
tried to transform your grandmother
we
into
ended.
a kitty.
That's what happened.
which,
We ended
in its
on
proximity, temporarily nullifies ailments in its proximity. Which,
we
as a result,
ended.
particularly for Avery, resulted in that sort of neurological overcorrection of realizing, oh, that feels good. Oh, that means that felt like shit. Oh, that means that felt that much like shit. As sort of all the coping mechanisms got shut off
Yep.
in that moment of relief.
We also ended on Avery's actual mentor showing up.
Well, yeah, we assume so. All we know is an illithid that knows my
Scary
name.
Illithid. Well,
All we know is an illithid that knows my name.
I'm letting you know
Indeed.
that is even Violet's assumption.
It's a pretty solid assumption, but it's not fact yet.
Yeah, wait. We'll see. We're about to start on that because that's where we left off. We were gonna see what happened to the butler boy.
Right.
Butler boy.
Remind me, what are the symptoms of Miyanaiko's affliction? I'm filling out the new notebook.
Some of the symptoms were skin coloration change and almost burn-like shapes. All in, if I remember, darkish
your
purple.
skin, it's
It's like a radiation.
almost in a way like a very, very harsh symptomatic eczema. As your skin in places is cracked, almost like the Utah salt flats.
Skin.
Just double checking over your backstory to make sure I didn't fuck this up. It doesn't look to me like you gave a name to your mentor.
I did not.
Hmm.
I think I purposely left some playroom for you.
Ah, fair enough.
There's plenty of large gaps.
Well, either way. You do look at this fairly slender, roughly 6'7", particularly ostentatious yet deliberately cut down at an attempt to look casually dressed Mind Flayer. the normal sort of orange glowing predatory eyes that are typical of the species. Instead, in this case, sort of a calm bluish silver.
Sensei. What are you doing here?
I felt your barriers drop.
I look up. It was Angel that was the cause. I kind
Violet.
of glance. It was Violet.
Violet's outside.
I kind of glance in the direction of the door. I can't be sure, but the magic. It felt like it might have been a friend of mine. Oh, but what's it? No, with all due respect, what's it to you? It's dropped. It's not the first time my barrier's been dropped.
To this degree, and to this prolonged extent, it's not very typical, is it? Right now, you are still dealing with this sensation of relief, the pain itself gone, but that lingering little mental injury of realizing just how bad it really hurts. I taught you how to control a lot of the voices in your head, at least taught you how to help. That involved numbing out certain physical sensations to help cope with the silencing of voices.
Well, yeah. It would. My barrier was interfered with accidentally by a friend of mine's.
By the fact that a snow elf has been inadvertently transformed into a
Kitty.
kitty.
Yeah,
A
that.
dragon-like celestial unicorn beast.
So if you got a grasp on the situation, I'll ask again. What are you doing here?
Well, first of all, to warn you, those coping mechanisms to silence your pain also silenced incoming voices. Some of those voices that you need to silence, that you needed to silence, lended to certain gaps in your memory. I helped you with this.
Helped me.
Now that those physical coping mechanisms are gone, the voices are soon to start filtering back in. It's going to be rough. It's going to be very rough.
Wait, but I thought my barrier was restored. This is a player trying to get clarification.
No, your barrier isn't back up there. Right now you're still dealing with that overt sensation of relief. That barrier is down as long as you're in proximity with this creation.
I thought that the barrier was what was keeping the pain away. So given that I'm not feeling pain right now,
that mental barrier originally, yes. However, given the Gideon's again sort of disease dampening effects, that is a different effect right now that is itself not dampening but actually relieving the pain.
I see.
So there's nothing for your barriers
Even though
to
it's not really a disease, but rather a fracturing of my psionic presence, as you put it.
Which manifests itself physically on your body.
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead.
Isn't the amulet like? Oh, I'm gonna message. It's a metagaming pigeon.
Like we're not in character. We can.
Well, so you have the amulet. The amulet was awakened, so it's not like full on. It's out of dormant state. So technically, that was a question I had. Is even with the amulet, it's not a barrier at all. That's a weird question.
The amulet is a sort of secondary physical object that helps further sort of kind of dampen and allows you to cope with the level of discomfort that the disease provides. Of course, with that, prior to fully having access or understanding for how to utilize the amulet, you did have to set up some other coping mechanisms. Because it is especially as you noticed previously when the Kirin came online, very debilitating level of sensation without being able to really tune anything.
So he has to feel physical pain in order to be able to have something to dampen?
Right
Am I
now,
understanding that correctly?
yeah, right now the disease itself is being temporarily relieved by the presence of the Kirin. Relieved rather than dampened or muffled or restrained, so to speak, by what his normal mental barriers would be and what the amulet normally provides. So right now, and I'm saying this out of character just to kind of try and alleviate that immediate confusion about that. Okay. So now back into character. Without these coping mechanisms up, those voices are soon to start filtering back in. Loudly. And aggressively.
Is there any way I can disperse the mental load? I've recently found this, and actually want to ask you about it. This weird crystal, and I produced the piece of quartz that I had found after I dreamt it. It looks like just a rock, but it seems to produce neural activity that mirrors my own.
I'm gonna have him roll an Arcana check.
That thing is also cursed.
Did we find it in the abyss?
That was not
Yes.
something that was physically found in the abyss. That was manifested from
Right.
Avery.
Oh, good.
It
I
happened
was
to be in the
worried.
abyss when he
I've been
manifested it.
holding it.
I
and
was
it hadn't-
worried. I was so worried.
I had been holding it this entire time. If it was cursed, I think we would have known by now.
Oh,
I've
possibly.
been wearing it on my person along with the brain charm.
That may be perfect. Right now, without your mental barriers being up and the pain being the signature that fuels it, we're going to need something else to staunch the flow of voices, at least while you're in proximity with this thing. As he lifts up his hand and the sort of tendrilless index finger points at the sort of silhouette, oddly enough, of Violet's grandmother, still in her mostly humanoid form.
Beauty. Oh, it's like a deer thing? Dragon?
Massive antler dragon unicorn.
I see. Just had to look it up.
Celestial. That
Okay.
likes to trot
So-
around in the Feywild.
The thought was also because vampires can't live around celestials, it literally starts to burn on the edge of their space.
Depends on the celestial.
I feel like I have missed out on something.
Shh. I'll inform you in a minute.
Okay.
I don't entirely understand how to use it yet. Do you know what it is? What
That amulet.
the amulet as well as the crystal.
One thing at a time. We'll start with the crystal. First of all, how did you come across it?
That's a question that's a lot harder to answer than it might first seem. I went to sleep without it. I dreamt of a that crack that I've always dreamt of in the sky. This time I was lucid and decided to fly into it, and then heard my own neural activity reflected at me. I kind of fuzzy on the rest of the dream, but when I woke up, this crystal was embedded in the wall next to me.
Sounds like psionic manifestation.
Wait, is that something I can do, like, at will? Can I manifest stuff with my mind?
No, it's almost always accidental.
Shit. So, what exactly did I manifest? It's clearly more than a rock.
Well, with his roll of 18, it seems to thrum with some essence of consciousness. This actually may help with dampening the voice problem that's about to hit. You have about 48 hours before that goes very badly. So, you have a couple of choices. Either you can turn that into an artifact that you can wear, and try and focus your psionics into it, basically treating it like a sort of redirect, a two-way channel for what's about to hit you. You can try and reintegrate it into your skull. Not an easy process, and a couple of routes that can be done with that, some of which are exceedingly painful and particularly invasive. Or, given your not insignificant fascination with tinkering and its active, seemingly conscious patterning,
I was about
you
to
could make
pass
it into
by
something that
somebody.
functions. Or I guess more someone that functions, but that may be determined later.
48 hours. There's a person I need to find, but I don't know where to look for them.
If you don't have a means of channeling or dispersing those voices within the next 48 hours, for lack of a better way to put it, you will start to crack.
I mean, yes. Like, I would like transform my arm back into its default. I mean, yes. Crack.
Not what I mean. Do you trust these people around you?
Well, yes, I do. With my
Okay.
life.
I don't. He snaps his fingers and a cone of silence wraps around the two of you.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I've
I
only
can't
just
be
seen
mad
them.
at that.
So suddenly, the conversation between Avery and this individual is now moving tendrils and a moving mouth and no sound.
I mean,
leaves.
there couldn't we could just telepathically communicate. This feels extra.
Yeah, but
I feel
Violet's
like we
still
would
connected
be
to your mind.
yeah,
So
but I
Violet
There
could
are
felt
other
your pain.
telepaths nearby.
yeah, fair.
I'm letting you know Violet is directly connected to your head. Anything you say out loud, she could hear.
Yeah,
right
that's
now, and
that's
it's hurting
true.
her.
Which is to say, on the subject.
We will choose not to inform the mind flayer of this and just let you listen in because Avery doesn't care.
Violet's barely paying attention. She's more looking at the tree. She's just listening in the background.
Is there
Like a
anybody
dulcet.
currently linked into your psyche?
Like Mr. Tentacle Boy, I cannot tell a lie. Like losing respect for them. I don't know why.
Roll a
Yes,
deception check. Oh, you said? Are you saying yes?
I said I cannot tell a lie. Yes,
And
there is.
He's connected.
One of my friends is psychically connected. That is what the kind of trust I have with them. Now, I could temporarily sever that connection with them.
No
if
offense, would you please?
Yes, and I would real quick psychically inform Violet, hey, I'm gonna disconnect for just a sec. I'll be back.
Mentally, I'm going to put you on hold real quick. I'm getting another call.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm letting you know that does not help the situation. The dragon is now a cure. Oh, I have a question, DM. He smells like another worldly thing. How quickly have we picked up the smell?
He smells extra planar, specifically, not
I get
necessarily
that.
otherworldly.
I get that. But it's the smell.
Given that you have the other half of that brain, which involves the part that has impulse control,
So I do know it's there.
he's not invisible. He is plainly visible. He's the.
Yeah.
I'm reminding you that we are outside. I should be able to smell him, not see him. Avery is still inside. He didn't go out to see what was going on.
Oh yeah, you can smell him. There's this sort of formaldehyde yet fishy smell. It's subtle, it's clean, there's breathings of definite perfume over in an attempt to mask.
She would also have been hearing both sides of the conversation via Avery's link to her.
Hold on, I have to roll to see if she barbarians this, considering it's Avery and she's paranoid and she doesn't want him to get hurt. She will be behind him. She will be dog and she will sit and wait, but she will be there.
Avery, you would feel that Avery's not concerned in the slightest by this thing's presence.
I know, but she doesn't know what it looks like. And she doesn't know, if anything, okay, remember, Ink got killed by a CAG.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you what your character will or won't do.
Oh yeah, there's no impulse control to literally bolt in and sit as a dog form. Yeah, but she's throwing this dress off first, though. There's a full thought process of I'm throwing the dress off.
Sometimes you just gotta rip off the clothes and get naked.
One of your friends can transform into a giant canine. That's quirky.
She just sits and waits behind Avery.
I don't think I ever switched back to like my my little twink form. I think I'm still Ikemen.
Just normal ass.
So I have disconnected the link.
It's fine.
Did you want to
She's just
talk
sitting.
about?
She's just sitting, listening. She's just sitting and watching.
We need to find very quickly a means of a coping mechanism. Again, your three choices. Reintegrating it into your skull, not a comfortable process. Not at all. But likely the fastest.
Yes. I mean, the crystal doesn't necessarily have to have a body to take the load on. It can still be used, it can still be given a body as it's helping me or after it helps me.
The most stable route would be some sort of bodily manifestation. The splitting the middle route, so to speak, would be putting it in some sort of artifact, another amulet to pair with whatever the fuck that is around your neck.
You would. Man, it's been too long.
We'll get to that. The voices, especially the particularly interested set of parties that might be curious about your head, aggressive about it, don't need to filter their way in.
Are you implying the existence of more Illithid to come after me?
I found you, didn't I?
Thought that was by chance. We happen to live in the same town.
No. No. There's a god of fate for a reason, and things like this are rarely an accident.
So I have a question as the player. There's a god of fate, but is there also a god of chance? Because I didn't think those could coexist.
They are brother and sister, and they fuck with each other.
Ah.
It's basically a fucked
like
up cosmic
that.
scale prank war.
I like that. All right. Okay,
They
continue.
will fuck with the way each other work as well. God of fate exists. A goddess of chance also does. But this was, at least the way it feels, strictly fate. As such, I try to get drawn to dangerous individuals before my former brethren can.
Okay. So, mind flayer voices threaten my very psionic existence, and I need to get this crystal in a body before that can happen.
That's about as much detail as you're going to be able to handle right now. Putting
Cool.
that crystal
Now-
somewhere of use is going to be your best coping mechanism, while whatever the hell has dampened your disease has dropped
Now-
the others.
Now, given this information, can I kindly reconnect with my friends so I can relay the urgency of the situation I now find myself in so that we can get this sorted?
I'm going to go into the village and find a restaurant if I can. I'll expect you
Careful.
to find me later.
I'm sure you are all too familiar with this, but people aren't too kind, too accepting.
And I'm not so clumsy to walk around without a glamour. He snaps his tendrilless finger, and suddenly the ostentatious robes and tendrilless face gets replaced with a very sort of haughty and uppity looking, like platinum blonde colored elf, just as fucking skinny as his normal mind flayer shape is. Though those eyes are still that vapid silver color.
I imagine he got a little bit short too, because aren't mind flayers kind of really, really tall?
Well, he's, relatively speaking, somewhat short for a mind flayer.
Oh, okay.
Again, only somewhat in excess of 6 feet. And where
Yeah.
the tendrils previously were, sort of an elven beard has grown over and in place of it.
Yeah, I figured I didn't have any need to worry.
Find me later. He snaps his fingers and the tone of silence drops.
And at that instant, I reconnect. I reestablish this ionic link with everyone who I was previously connected with.
And he casts Dimension Door. Stepping through.
Okay, I say verbally to anyone willing to listen. So here's what he told me. I've got 48 hours to live unless we can get this crystal into a body.
A live body or
A mechanic, well, any sort of body, even an amulet, but apparently it can only be used once for one thing. So if we're gonna go forward with plans to put it in its own probably biomechanical body, then that would have to be what we do.
Violet pulls out pink glass. Give me about 5 minutes. She shifts back down. The next time you see him, if he leaves before we get to talk to him, he's gonna get in trouble.
One thing you do
Not
recall about him,
because-
he's very blunt, and also in that same regard, he's very slippery. He'll get to a point and then fuck off.
Oh, V's trying to speaks. I'd like to point out V is with Violet, so she will attempt to wrangle said dog. Oh, I'm so sorry, Vanessa. We completely ignored that.
Oh no, Violet is just sitting behind you. She's not gonna do anything. That was
Yeah, okay, but they were able to discuss. V would pipe up mentally. All right, that's surprisingly simple, Avery. Everyone else, it might be time to visit my pocket dimension.
If you hold on just a minute. Do you have something that you're going to put together or something?
You said that you have a friend, a Farah, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I can summon
That
her
would
now.
know.
That's why I put the tree.
And yes, we should be. If we could speak to her today, that would be great. If not, early tomorrow, because we're short on time.
I think it should only be like a 3-hour difference. So they should be near bedtime, so I should be able to get a hold of her. If you'll just excuse me, she pulls out her version of the fake glass, which is because it was split for her and for Piper. No, this is the backup she has. She has a backup glass that's set with Gabrielle, I remember. It goes straight to Gabrielle's room. Gabrielle, if you could. I know you're there because you're reading a book. I can see you. Can you do me a favor?
Kind of favor.
I need to talk to your mother, and I will bring you the books that I found. And when that, but you don't get to read them until after they're blessed, okay?
You know how favors work, right?
bookshelf of things for you to read and put to memory. If you'll do this for me. But I have to have him blessed first because we came from the abyss.
Okay.
Can you take this to your grandma? I know you know where her and the Minotaur are.
Is this casual or urgent?
This is urgent.
Is this urgent or urgent?
I have 48 hours before our friend basically loses his mind, so could you do that for me?
So I've got 48 hours to figure this out?
No, you
No.
have now to figure it out, or I will basically tell your ma where you hid the books that you're not supposed to be reading.
Man, you gotta keep those Aramanga hidden.
And I will tell Griffin that you took his first Spider-Man comic out of the sale and put it back in.
He pulls out a bookmark, slides it between a set of pages, slams the book shut.
Thank you.
Fine. I'll be right back.
It's not a big...
Gabriella does not like her reading being interrupted.
No, she doesn't. It's like her only pet peeve. She doesn't have very many pet peeves, but when you interrupt a good chapter, it was probably like at the end of
It's
a
her
fantasy
version of you
novel.
can't pause a live game, or in this
Oh
case, you
my
can't interrupt a
God.
good train of thought.
The end of a fantasy novel when you're just like,
It's just getting a good phone call. Why?
looks over at Avery. That is Gabrielle. She is a character, but she is the reason I have things tied to a lot of things. And she's the god of knowledge's child, so if anybody will know anything about anything, she will. She'll be able to find it somewhere.
Good to have connections.
Also,
As
as
long
a
as you
side
can
note,
use them.
has Amber been caught up?
Okay, Amber.
Let's
I
take
will
a break
catch-
and recap Ember.
So, you have been gone from the. You've been T-posing through the wall at the point. But I'm
Wait, let's make
guessing
sure
that
she's here.
She's not here.
She's muted and without a camera.
Does it help?
But without
Yeah.
camera, I don't think we can help right now, because that's kind of fucked anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that was, but muted and not unmuting.
I think she can still hear us, so I'm gonna keep going.
Okay.
Avery is meeting with his mentor. Violet has planted one of her 2 seeds that she was given for her home space.
Violet
I know
planted
that
a
we were-
fucking silverwood right next to her grandmother's house.
Yeah.
I wonder where her grandma's house is. Oh, I don't know. Why not look for the tree the size of the fucking Chrysler building?
There's also a portal to Piff's court nearby, so there's that. It's the reason we came here in the first place. So there's also the option of Avery currently is his girlfriend's on the coast of Githoven, so we have that going on. We have, I don't know, you just missed the full recap. Okay. We met Violet's grandmother. We met her aunt and her uncle. They got their jobs, and Violet felt very hurt. And then Venestra just was really awesome, and they were comparing boob sizes for a little while. And Xanon took a bath and decided to train, and we found out that he could go to Ormer through the portal if he wanted to. But he will be going alone, considering that we have to bring Farah here because this is a 48-hour do or do not. There is no try kind of situation. Venestra is blessing all of the things that were totally cursed, and Violet's brain is cursed, and so is the pendant she gave to her person. So that's pretty. Is that everything? There's also Venestra and Amir are pretty much blessing everything and making new armor for everybody. And Nestra worked on the butler who's attached to her grandmother. I mean, it's a lot to catch up on. There was a lot of roleplay last session. But those are the highlights, I think.
Yep.
Oh, and Violet turned her grandmother into a Kirin,
Yep.
so she could protect the area. And the crops could regrow because she said that they had been very sparse recently. Are we back? Because I think that's everything.
All right.
Amber?
Sorry, I hadn't had dinner, I realized, and I went to go grab some.
Did you hear everything I said, or do I have to repeat it again?
I told you that she was muted and wasn't unmuted, so she probably wasn't there, and you just decided to repeat.
Yes,
to
but she has a
spill it
headset.
anyway.
She has a headset.
I
She's wearing a headset.
the headset actually, so no,
Ah, she wasn't wearing her
Usually when-
headset. Okay. You know what? Let's go ahead and BRB this recap, just so we don't loop this over in the pod. All right. We're back from the BRB. That recap has been accomplished. And again, as of yet unnamed Mind Flayer did peace out through a dimension door to apparently go find a restaurant somewhere in the village.
I'll take care of that in a minute. Don't worry about that. I'll take it in a minute. I'll be right there. I bet you it's great. I bet it's great. Go ahead.
He pieced out to find a restaurant,
Yep.
and
Bring me
So
some.
with that, you now have, information to disclose to the party, which you've already done a little bit of.
she's trying to deal with some rude interruptions in her own house.
It's all good.
Sorry,
It's all
we're
good.
asking about dinner breakfast tomorrow.
It's all good.
So,
You have some information to disclose to the party, some of which you already have. And now, through the looking glass, you've already spoken with Gabriella as she's going to go and collect Farah. Now, given this information that's laid out, this also provides, while that girl is going and potentially rushing or potentially taking her sweet-ass time to go find the turtle. However, so...
I thought she was a skag.
no.
Oh,
She
Farah
is.
is a
There
turtle.
is a turtle.
okay.
The skag would have come and killed the
After,
elephant.
her visit to Merkest became a dragon turtle. In other words, a
Yeah,
So I have a
that-
question.
so to speak.
We kind of cut off the reaction for Violet's grandmother, so I have a question. This woman has just turned into a Kirin. That got cut off and rushed, so I don't know what happened there.
Oh yeah, let's take a step back and view this from a different perspective.
Right. So, Violet, your grandmother slowly walks up to you. This slow saunter. There's still that sort of aged stumble visible in her stride. What did you do?
Do one with the land in a different way. I made you one with the land in a different way.
Making a wish
fucking
usually
made a
requires the
shiny.
consent of gods. Making a transformative wish like this should require the consent of the transformed.
It's a wish of a djinn. The gift.
Give it in.
We saved it.
At a whim, I can look over the tops of buildings now.
If you want to. And into the stars and travel them if you want. at
Look,
will.
I've already had lots of things to process. This will be something I'll have to process separately.
But your bones aren't creaking.
No, but I got used to them creaking. Thank you very much.
Finestra did say something.
Who?
Finestra.
Living as long as I did, I think I earned them creaking.
I don't know if it's gonna allow that as an actual item,
Ow, ow, ow.
considering it would also be breaking communist mentis law.
I don't know who Airy is.
I think he's saying Avery. It missed out on the B.
Oh, okay. Well, Avery doesn't have a mecha yet. That's why we're getting
That's
in
what
touch
he
with
wants to
Farah.
build. Farah is the one who's
Yeah.
supposed to teach him how to tinker.
Oh, ouch.
So, now you can at least walk around the way you want.
I appreciate the intent. Talking to me before doing it might have been helpful.
Oh, wait. Maybe she was talking about the golem shell. But that's just, yeah, but way I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, that is basically just like the casing. There's no workings
There's
to
no
that.
workings.
Yeah,
No internal
There's
workings to
no-
the thing.
yeah.
It's just the suit. There is no exoskeleton.
Or,
Okay,
Which is
It's
to
just the
say,
skin,
a golem
no
having a
bone.
shell itself
Or
is kind of
endoskeleton.
abnormal, but I digress. Let's get back to the currently RP for the moment. I will get to clarifying things in a minute. So, I would have appreciated being approached with such a drastic change. Though again, I do appreciate the intent.
I can't lose another person for a couple of... The fact that I'm gonna have to go and negotiate when I'm not good at negotiate. I'm not good at asking for permission. I haven't had to ask since I was 12, so I'm only good at asking
On
little
a much
kids.
simpler side, you could have just wished for a return of some youth.
I wanted you to be able to be here. See.
Easy enough to do with youth. You know how long elves live. To be clear, I'm not chastising you. I'm trying to take a peek into that head. To find where the thought for something this drastic came from.
With Angel for a long time, for 2 years. Fuck you, phone. Don't interrupt me.
Dude, my phone went off too.
She has a child who is much what you are now. It heals the water. It heals the land.
Sounds like something for her to deal with, and something she probably learned to deal with as a mother, to whatever that means.
You're a Kirin.
No concept of what being that means just yet.
Wherever you go, the water will be clear. Wherever you go, the fish will swim, and there will be produce coming from the earth. And it's all I can give you.
Also not unappreciative.
When I was here last, there were so many people, they're hardly sparse compared to what it was before.
Horribly sparse. Being what I am may not be a direct vampire deterrent. That was on your mind.
No, it's not a deterrent. It's anything that's bigger than you can be handled.
I'm
I've
not quick to
watched.
play the part of an aggressor.
It's a last resort. People are always going to underestimate you, Graham.
They always did, even though I carried no weapon,
I don't
nor
underestimate
had a
you,
mind for malice.
but I can't lose you just after getting it back.
I had plenty of time before being lost.
We weren't allowed to see each other before I was lost. There were rules and regulations and bars in between us. There's no more unseen bars between us.
I imagine what rules may come to rear themselves. A change this potent. But I am a celestial, given the change you've made to me. One unaligned, one unclaimed. That may have other things I'll have to deal with as a result.
Do you know where Kirin live?
I do.
Do you know where they originated?
I do.
The curtains of the Feywild.
They like to stomp around there, not expressly originated.
Well, that's where they live. I consider an origin where you live, or where you want to live. Because it's where you make your story.
Darling, you've been so very hurt in your time alone.
It's like when you have a hometown, but your hometown's not exactly your birthplace.
So very hurt. Your
She's eating
first
popcorn
move
in
to
the
try and
background.
heal something is the most overt correction. Healing in smaller steps is just as great a result.
I
Don't
didn't
seek this
have-
undone, but I will caution you to take smaller steps.
I usually take smaller steps. But I only take big steps for the people I care for. That's why I offered Avery what I offered him. That's why I offered Piper my help. That's why I offered Shannon a way home. Angel said that's what she wanted. And she's a good leader. But
There are things in this world, outside of the gods, that act as checks and balances to things like this.
they left me in the dark for 400 years. They owe me a white check.
Gods didn't leave you there, darling. Nor did fate. Circumstance may as well be a being of its own. And you made the best of what you could out of it. Torturous as it was. Every day of it.
Gran, I've saved enough people in small steps, killing hags, and different monsters. They owe me a white check. They owe me that. And I've given them my information freely, to multiple deities. They can give me this one. Considering they left this place to break.
You'd mean a big step. So again, I would urge you to take smaller ones. To avoid notice from the bigger thing.
I am the bigger thing.
Yeah, you are. There are things bigger still.
I understand that. But I'm gonna give him a good fight.
Don't rush into it.
Do you always have to have the last word?
Always no, but given that my
Yes.
knuckles don't hurt, I'm feeling inclined to start preparing for tomorrow's breakfast.
Well, that would be great. I'm going to
Myself,
go and
rather than letting
handle
our
my friend.
spiritual friend handle much of that work. He deserves a
funny.
little bit of rest from that.
So, I'm
Not
gonna
that
go
it can
handle.
fatigue, but I digress.
I'm gonna go handle some things. My friends need me.
You do that. There's a paladin-like fellow who's been glaring at you ever since you cast that wish.
Yeah. His dad owes me too.
Does he?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Grant, we just saved the Feywild. I'm inclined to say anybody owes us a check right now. That's all we needed for the Abyss to get a foothold and basically kill each other in the Blood Wars.
Rewards are best when freely given, not raucously demanded. Cavalok will get to preparing rooms for the lot of you. After all, when it gets dark here, it gets bloody cold.
Very dark. Yep. I know. I'm gonna go back because I want to know. I want to know what Gabrielle found. I also know that Piper is here. Does Piper come in carrying a bag of popcorn?
I was literally here and I said, yeah, like how your hometown is not your place of birth or anything.
Yeah, no, sure not. So Piper, like, Piper's done way more reckless shit than me, Grandma. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like,
Like, technically, my place of origin is Piccolo's, or Piff's court, but, you know, I have my own now.
Yeah.
It is now my hometown.
pretty good. Can we fast forward through Avery's moment? Because Piper would have been standing beside Violet.
We haven't forgotten about Avery's condition.
We backtracked to something that we missed.
Backtrack
Yeah.
to getting to Violet's grandmother's reaction to being changed into a fucking Korean.
Yeah, because somehow we skipped over that.
My brain wasn't working very well at the end of last session.
It's okay. I'm also excited to see inside of Vinesh's Jin thing and see, like, the process of all the guys just literally, like, cleaning
Not where
everything
you're
up
headed.
with spell work.
Different piece of jewelry.
Love how we've got so many magical planar jewelry that we're getting them mixed up.
It's okay. But we're currently waiting for Farah's response because we can't disappear until after the glass has been used. Because it'll sit open until it's responded to.
Alright, given that that was a backtrack moment, you guys do have some options to discuss what the hell is happening with Avery before she shows up, if you want to take it. Or even just what happened in the Abyss, what's happening with the tree, any of it. With
And
each other.
reattaching to Violet, he reattached to everybody, so they got all of the information that he had.
Yeah, well, everyone who
Except for...
accepted. I think it was everyone except for Piper.
No, Piper has her ring off still.
Oh. Wait, so who's the exception?
Nobody's the exception.
Okay.
Everybody got everything.
Zen, and I think still has his ring on the shoulder.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. He decided to reattune while we were sitting eating dinner. So, Violet kind of just...
Why didn't my sorcery points
I'm gonna let you
reset?
know that Violet just word vomits everything that happened with
Well, we haven't
Avery
gone
over
through
to
a long
Sand.
rest or anything like that yet.
Oh. Oh, I thought we were.
You guys are
No,
getting
we
ready
haven't.
for that.
We're about to go to sleep. That's what
Okay.
the whole thing is. We showed up here and there was like morning to midday. We were gonna get a bath because we smelt like the abyss.
Hmm.
Go to bed.
Piper, meanwhile, big cliff dragon violently
Through the
shuffled around
walls.
in the bath.
You smelled like body horror and unholy sex demons.
I smelled like milk. That's what I smelled like. I remember that.
Are there holy sex demons?
Not sex demons, but maybe sex angels. Because that would be what would be holy, is this?
Oh, which reminds me, Piccolo is back to looking like a pink, blinding light at the moment.
What are demons but fallen angels? Venestra's got a point.
In this case, that's
Exactly.
technically the devils. The demons themselves are just...
Just monsters.
So I'm going to remind Piper, technically his influence from the love goddess would probably have done it. Would either be a fade to black moment or just like, I need to take a bath.
No, remember, because I T-pose, which means I am away. The person has stepped away from the keyboard.
I understand that, but he was taking a bath, considering his wings were all pink. I forgot that
He
he was
was
with
cleaning
us.
himself.
Yes.
Also, at some point, Piper was clean. She was violently dragged through the bath.
Like dragged and dropped to the water.
She was
as
no
he
clipped
walked
into
exactly.
the bath, yes.
Yeah, so
He's
there
like,
was fade
either
to
that,
black.
either that, or there was basically a Piccolo bathing a Piper like, hun, are you okay? Are you okay?
I'd like to imagine he's got like a Q-tip. A Q-tip.
Excuse me while I
Totally
sponge
okay.
this lamppost.
No, I kind of like the idea of Wilsoni click dragging her and violently shaking her in the bath.
Did you see the gif that was in Venestra chat of? It was like the heavy and be like that was you.
Hold on, I'll
Right-clicking
look. I gotta
Piper's sim
scroll.
icon. Go for a swim. Time to remove the ladder.
I'll let you
Yeah.
know that
Oh,
Violet,
yep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was essentially what was done to you.
Shannon, I'm letting you know that Violet has explained everything in a very fast gibberish of her accent, completely like
It's
throwing
working.
everything at you.
It's also my profile image now.
Understood.
So yeah, or we're just waiting for Gabby to get back with
Era. At some point, I need to meet my master at. I'm gonna transform back to my usual kind of. Actually, nope. Since I still need to fit the clothes, I'll stay. I still need to meet my master in the whatever restaurant he chose. That's gonna have to be a walk around town to try to sniff out.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna put her hand on her shoulder as she's putting her clothes on. Never bring that man to Sharni, or I swear.
I have no control over where he goes. You think I chose for him to show up right there?
I'm letting you know it will be a death sentence. There is a skag there that will put a mark on his body, and he'll follow him to the end of his days.
Well, he is responsible for his own mistakes, so if he
As
decides
the
to do
looking
that,
glass
he will
lights up.
just deal
While
with
we're
it.
making warnings about my home city,
Yes.
to whomsoever you're referencing, frankly, I don't care. What's going on? As this sort of brilliantly metallic, kind of very much in essence a humanoid variant of what you would expect a dragon turtle to look like, staring at you through these very like bolted in set sort of goggle spectacles, kind of very much seeming like she was in the middle of tinkering something herself, as there's still sort of leftover tools just kind of hanging over and mounted to the goggles themselves, as large as they are.
And we take a moment to realize that Farah is just Lady Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
It's kind of that was kind of the inspiration, yeah.
We also
Steampunk Donatello.
Zeus is the loyal version of what Zeus is, but as a minotaur, and it was hilarious because we used the minotaur as his.
Zeus's
actual-
giant beefy minotaur Splinter with a Russian
Great.
accent.
Oh my god.
Great. Yeah, but he's also a mind wizard. Like
Please tell me you
somebody
don't have a
else's.
Mikey. I find Mikey so annoying.
There's one among Angel's
We do
siblings.
have a Mikey. We do have a Mikey.
Oh.
His name is I think it's Dunark. Yes, Dunark.
That's because he's a knoll. He
Yeah.
doggo. He's doggo person.
You know what? That fits, actually.
And then, yeah, we have the fourth one. The fourth one still exists there too. Anyways, so.
You must be Farah.
Whoa,
And
whoa,
you must be someone I've never met before. Who the fuck is this?
hold on. Explanations are in order.
Good.
So,
Do some
they
explaining.
were-
I was in the middle
they-
of something.
Please don't tell me it was the other some. Never mind.
There are tools mounted to my head. I was in the middle of something meticulous.
With all that hair, I think it would be
Get your mind out of
meticulous.
the gutter.
Yes, a whole moment.
Try not to break character from the
Tinkering, not fingering. Straighten up.
form. Try
She
not to
literally
break
stands taller, trying to talk to Farah. Okay, so Angel sent us
All
into
of
the
Angel's friends
abyss.
are perverts.
I'm letting you know that she lived with you first. So technically, that's where it came from.
I didn't teach her that. If anything, she taught herself that in defiance of my rather reserved nature.
I've lived in that house. We're not going to have this discussion, considering what I hear your Minotaur yell in the middle of the night. So,
I heard myself being referenced. Go back to your dinner
You
chair,
would raise an
please.
eyebrow at the turtle, calling her a potential pervert.
so, anyways, so we just got back from the abyss. We're in Keterine, so I was going to formally invite you to my home. We just put up a silver tree, so I would inform Angel because she asked me where I was
Put
going
that
to
up in
plant
the
it.
Curie.
I was born in Keterine, so
A very reserved location, and you put up something that massive.
I wasn't thinking about how big it was going to be. I don't think Angel did it last time either.
She seems to consistently have a problem about not thinking about how big some things can get.
She's so small anyways, she wouldn't really think about how big it's gonna be. I mean, I can climb a giant tree. Like Nicodemus.
On topic. Please.
Anyways,
Oh. Never mind. Sorry.
so, I was going to formally invite you. She thinks back to what her grandmother's like. She knows she's supposed to either A, inherit this position or some type of position as far as like a lady. Because I can. We have a large home. I was gonna see if you wanted to come and possibly have a new apprentice because I know that your last apprentice just left. I also have a possible helper for Zeus. He's a
Verify my last apprentice got his hand blown off.
That's one way to fire someone.
That's
No, I didn't
wait.
fire him. But you
He fired
can't
himself.
out-train incompetence.
So I don't think this one's going to be near as competent as the last one was. He's very smart, but he does have a lot of issues, and I'm gonna be blunt with you. He's attached to the he does have psionics training.
Do you want me to train him or my husband?
I would like both of you here. It's a disease that I'm not quite sure how to handle.
Contagious.
I'm hoping not. It's a mental thing, and I think it's caused by magic radiation, like what happened with.
Avery would pipe up. I don't see what that affliction has to do with the current issue.
There is a... Roll an insight check for me.
Yeah, should have already had my.
15 plus 6, 21? Anyone?
15 plus 9 is 24.
There is a look on her face that you recognize, Violet, from your admittedly limited time being around Farah. That has an air of, for lack of a better way of putting it, mad scientist-like curiosity that lights up in her eyes the moment you mention magical radiation.
He actually
like that
uses
look.
it to make things move. So he wants to tinker. So
How soon would
ideally,
you like us to go on this frigid little vacation?
as soon as possible. I have 48 hours before his brain starts to crack.
Come again?
There's something wrong with him. Something's cracking inside of his mind.
I can
Fascinating.
explain.
Okay. Avery, if you would like to introduce yourself, Farah, this is Avery. Avery, Farah. She pulls it down to his height and sits down next to him, considering he's a little
another
shorter than she
changeling.
is.
I swear,
Yes.
all of you seem to magnetize them.
Well,
Rare
as I'm
people
sure
they are.
it's been explained to you, I specialize in psionic magic. And
Where's
a
your
barrier that I have been. My camera?
Yeah, it's doing a.
This is fine for me.
Hold on, let me turn off mine. Let me get out real quick. There we go. There we go.
All right, I'll get back to it. So, as you know, I specialize in psionic magic, and until very recently, I have had a barrier up to filter out any ne'er-do-wells from attacking my mind. Now,
Sonic barrier.
yes,
Installed
now-
or trained?
it would have been trained. Yeah.
For the most part. There was, like, some slight initial installation to kind of get the ball rolling for you. Especially as things were
Primarily
really
trained.
rough when it started.
I received kind of a jump start from an installation, but primarily trained.
Hmm. And is the nature of your psionic and psionic specialization through research or inheritance?
It would have been research, right?
Given that it's a form of magic that is effectively bound to your being, it's more so inherited in that regard.
Oh, that's right. I'm a sorcerer. That's right. Yeah. Inherited.
Then I fear my husband will be able to offer little more than insight into
What
what's
we need-
maybe ailing you rather than explicit training, but can still offer something.
Yes, what we need is training in artificer,
Tinkering.
in tinkering.
He needs to
Oh.
put. She points at the purple thing, that into a body. and
I
make-
thought it was like an icy white, like quartz.
Oh, he said it was purple. He said it purple 3 times. Okay.
I don't think he ever said that.
He said,
Not for that one specifically.
Okay.
It was another one.
I think the brain is purple.
The brain's purple.
Yes.
okay. So she says this needs to go into a body. I don't know what that means.
Well, what are we thinking? Living armor? Something strictly humanoid in shape? Something a little more primal?
Humanoid,
Something a little more abstract?
large, like the size of 5 tall men.
That would take days.
Define tall men. One person's tall
Okay,
as another person's
That's
short.
true.
She
Let's
would know.
we can start with just a regular sized robot and then
What I'm
reconstruct it.
getting here is there needs to be some adaptability or level of ability to, in and of itself, somewhat evolve. Bit of a complicated process, but it can be at least somewhat accomplished. What was your timetable that you're working with?
Yeah, 48 hours.
48 hours.
We
We also have a workforce, and I would look towards Venestra.
She's got ability.
Fascinating. We've got a half dragon. Ability, you say? You tell. What is your skill set? What can you offer to help here? I don't mean to sound like I'm patronizing. I'm just legitimately curious.
It wouldn't take that long, Violet. Besides, Amir's been working on it for a while now.
Another tinkerer. Interesting. Pocket dimension sized foundry. Ooh. Oh, that ought to speed things along. As far as this 5 tall person size construct, I don't think I'd be able to help you construct something of that size necessarily, but I can get you started on
I
something
will,
serviceable that
yes.
is, in and of itself,
Given
adaptable.
given the timetable, I intend to work on that larger, more ambitious project in my own time. Right now, what we need your help with is gathering the skills and
Teaching.
getting the initial body in working order.
I'll gather some schematics and run you through the briefest masterclass I can muster.
I wanted to ask, does Griffin have any illithid texts by any chance?
Manuscripts, tablets, that sort of thing.
Old.
Talking illithid specifically, not Velix. I'll have to ask. I know he has plenty of Velix text, which in and of itself still quite old.
The reason I'm asking, I need to know what they're like. Because we didn't discuss it. It makes him uncomfortable and itchy.
Right, I'll get some clarifying information out of you, a wee bit later. As soon as we pass through, I suppose. You said you planted a silverwood there.
Yes.
Did you make sure to position the entry routes correctly?
Yes. It took,
Did you?
yes, above the heads of my parents.
You put them over a grave?
Next to a grave, because they're fey.
Totally macabre. Either way, I'm not here to chastise. Give us about 30 minutes.
I'm
I'll
letting you
gather
know
up
that.
some schematics and some materials.
Let me ask my grand. She turns behind her, because her grand's probably behind them, standing, looking at this small orb, right? Or is she, like, curious? Because she would probably be more curious than anything, considering who she's been with.
Vanessa, or I could come pick you up.
She could.
No offense, don't know you that well. Be on our way.
Oh, wait. Piper just pipes up.
What am I, chopped her liver?
What am I, just mother?
No, you are not, but you were T-posing for a good deal of time. What's going on, Piper?
She saved the Feywild.
What's T-posing?
It's when your body. She puts her hands up. She puts your hands up like this. It's when your body's like this for a long time.
Oh, so that's what that's called.
So, you know how I probably looked like I had she T-posed, like how I've been doing the whole day.
Yeah.
I
You end
saw
up
you
rock out
doing
for more
it,
than
but I
4
wasn't
hours and
sure
no
what it
ability
was
to consult
called.
a doctor.
Well, so when he says it's normal, so I'm going to listen to him.
By the way, yes, Piper, you could pick us up. Either way, 30 minutes to gather materials and what have you is the reason why I mentioned the 30. So if you wanted to pass through yourself and help us collect some things, by all means. Though, given where you are in the hemisphere, it may be an immediate migraine, traveling to those drastically different elevations that quickly. Saying it might be a little bit of a rough ride if you're doing it fast.
I mean, I don't think that'll be a problem, but okay.
She looks over at Farah. Does Angel still have the tree planted on the mountain?
You can't really remove that thing once you've planted it.
I get that, but the question is really important.
Yes,
You've
Finestra.
answered your own question.
Piper's coming with to help.
So, Violet
If you want
looks
to
over at-
bring the Dragoness along, in the name of V, keep an eye on her, if you would. Again, don't know her that well. But if you'd like
First
to
of
help.
all, she's been with me in the abyss. Second of all, she's going to be how I get there.
Oh, I thought you could tree stride. Is that not a skill set of yours? You are a druid, right?
Yes, she can tree stride. That's why we
Yes,
got the that's why we got the trees.
yes, but the point is at least with this way of doing it, I am not about to break my head open for pressure change.
Oh, I'd be intrigued to learn about this delightful bit of magic.
Did we not
Never
just
been there before.
fall through several like layers of abyss and not be affected by pressure change?
It
I don't-
happened too quickly to really acknowledge the detriments at the time.
Oh
Yeah.
no, we totally had
Combat
it
rounds
when we were
happened
taking
very
the bath.
quickly.
I remember us having a conversation about our headaches going away as we.
Oh,
I don't know if I can leave my gran right now, Piper. If you want to just bring them back.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the other dragoness whose name starts with what's her name?
Their name is
Ines.
Venestra.
Venestra. Charmed and Farah.
He also has a smaller other half called Amira.
I would say let Angel know that the threat is handled. Since I know that she did have some diplomatic work to deal with.
I know at the very least Navarre is listening in, so assuming that that I will eventually stop hearing the creaking of wood, you'll be informed.
Right. Good.
Fair warning, however. The home is populated quite numerously by vampires at the moment. Just expedient. They are here to court. Make it plain that you're not available. Although some of them are apparently expressly interested in some of you. And that is
Piccolo!
that.
She just yells up to Piccolo, "You're coming with me!"
It means your children are literally inside of that house with Angel. Yay.
She literally yells up to Piccolo, "Get your butt down here!
What are
You're
we
coming with
doing?
me. We're
Where?
gonna go pick up Farah."
Isn't that like
the
really
crypt.
far away?
Did you forget what Venestra can do?
Yes.
I was taking a nap.
I'm really fucking drowsy right now.
Just get
Are you
down
drunk?
Just
There's a
get
pause.
down
No.
there.
I'll be
she
on
looks
my
over
way.
at-
Excuse me.
She
I
looks
was
over.
replying to the smart-ass changeling.
She looks over at Venestra specifically and tells her to not take anything out of her dimensional spaces.
Because
They'll burn.
it might, all of the cursed stuff might burn up.
What's that about cursed items?
We've been in the abyss. We found
All
the-
items
we-
are cursed.
You'll have
I'm
to
not
let me
even-
look at them before you fully strip them of their negatives.
Okay, I
Venestra,
really want you to
duly
know
noted.
something. I don't know if you can get any message to the creature guy who sells creatures, but we have his original cart.
I forgot about that. Holy shit.
I don't know who you're referencing.
The one who sells pets, who comes every once in a while, and I've never gotten to meet him in person because, I'm not lucky enough to do that yet. So, but the
Person
kids are
who I
really
got-
excited.
The person who most of Angel's children got pets from, and my owl dragon pet, which is big, the weird Pluto Mickey situation with my owl dragon kids and the pet owl dragon.
That guy.
You mean that McKenny Milton, fellow.
Yes.
Yes.
The ostentatious Air Genasi.
Uh-huh.
Ugh. Every time I show up, he has to go through his alliterative spiel. Fine. I will go.
Tell Gabriella I will send the books back with you.
Understood.
Not getting my head chopped off. Not by her.
Is Piccolo finally come downstairs?
What's up? He's already got a bedhead.
Dang.
Okay, first of all, pulls out a brush your fucking hair. Second, there's going to be dignitaries over there, and there we have to make it very well known that
I
we
pass
are
out
in
on a
Ita.
hardwood floor.
What?
Look, getting Vestris ejected from your body is an exhausting experience.
Great. I would like to not be harassed by random ass fucking dignitaries thinking that I am on the market for
On the-
courting.
On the market, sorry. No, that's definitely
Yes.
not the case.
Yes, that's why you're coming
Accent
with me.
completely drops as he makes that sentence. I'll be right back.
Oh boy.
Why?
Oh,
So
no.
shiny and pink now.
Where's that? Oh no! Sound effect. That's Piper right now.
He comes back 1980s super spy cleaned up.
I do want to have I have a question for the DM before they head over there. Is Farah going to literally break down the door and ask Angel about Avery? Because there's no care for interruption sometimes with that family.
She doesn't care about coitus interruptus.
In fact, sometimes she's the star of it.
I
She's the
mean,
star of that show.
God.
high or low?
Hold on.
Oh no.
Shit. What did I do? Shite. What did I do?
Oh no.
Oh no, not my gumdrop buttons. It's middle of the road, so I'm gonna go high?
So the door gets blasted off its hinges.
Ah, not
No,
those
we
nice oak
have been
doors.
Cookie.
In a brief smash cut over to
Oh.
Angel and everybody in Shiny. So
Please
Angel,
tell me we're in the main bedroom. Please tell me we're in the main bedroom.
Hmm?
Please tell me we made it to like a cleaning closet and not the main bedroom because I do not want those doors. Those are actually wood doors.
mending. First of all. Okay. I get that you're a little tied up at the moment, darling. Can you explain to me why Avery is apparently on the verge of death?
So apparently my teacher, who's also an illithid,
Oh,
came
this
to
is
warn.
a separate
Flash cut.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
smash cut.
Because she-
This is Farah
she
and
wants-
Sharni
She
interrupting
wants to know if
Angel
you're a good
mid-coitus.
student. Big
Hmm.
coitus.
Okay.
They're doing the big
Look,
coitus
Mother!
interruptus.
I'd rather you not. Now, seriously, answer my question.
Okay. Avery is teeming with radiation.
Aha.
Not sure what kind of radiation it is,
Fascinating.
but it's like it's worse than what. But it's like a mentally radiation because he wouldn't let
Okay, you're
Viper
only
touch his
getting me
brain.
more excited. Keep going.
And so that pain
Ew.
radiates all over his body.
So I
From
need
what we could gather.
to gather my medicine kit. Good to know. I need to take some samples. What else?
And it's causing. Apparently has a second person. I'm supposed to find an Ico. I've got some feelers out around Githoven and
Interesting.
around the Togalan Islands right
Hmm.
now. The
Fascinating.
Whisper is literally searching for her right now.
Gotcha.
Because I promised him that anything happened to him that I would take care of Aiko for him.
Well, so far he seems okay-ish.
But all I could gather is his brain sounds like the whispers that come from our coins.
Interesting. I'll take one of those with me if you don't mind.
You can.
I'll take a
Puts it
few.
in her hand. Take it here. Puts 3 in her hand.
How many holes are normally on a changeling?
How many holes?
How many holes do you want? Is what he would say if he was there.
He looks over at Nicodemus. There's usually a total of 7, depending on what you decide to do.
Normally I don't have a mouse, so that's 6 if we're going true form.
We're also counting the insert on the toe, Lovey.
Excuse what out of me?
Excuse me?
That's a me problem.
Okay.
But 6, good to know. I'll take 6 coins.
Do you need the book on the medical one for the changeling? So
Sure.
you don't break him?
Actually, you know what? Let's do 7 coins. One of them I may melt down. I know it's
Okay.
worth a lot, you know.
Do you want some of the illithid metal that we found in the relics?
Yes.
She goes and gets the 2 bodies that she has that are in there. Like, she has, like, them in her bags, just pulling out these giant bodies of large pieces of metal.
Body
Also,
bags of
any
holding.
restraints you're willing to spare, maybe some that aren't in good shape, don't lie to me. I know you have a lot.
She looks over at Nicodemus. That's up to him, not me. I don't keep track.
The ones that aren't in good shape, the ones you're willing to throw away.
Nick.
Nickelodeon.
I mean,
Just go get it for
why?
her. Just go get it for her.
We're looking for soft or firm?
Firm.
Either. Ideally clean, even if they're, damaged.
They're always clean.
They're always clean. Thank you. And one final thing. Your hair's a mess.
Oh, yeah. She just takes, like, snaps in her hair, is like, okay. Mom, be gentle with him. Avery's been through a lot.
Should V and Piper and Piccolo just show up during this?
In
'Cause we
Angel's
would-
bedroom,
Because we would have walked at the end of the mirror commercial.
that would be hilarious.
Walk in on their bedroom. Hey, what's up?
Piper's the only one who knows what this room looks like. I think
And also does Piccolo and Vinestra.
it's literally a shrine to Angel. There's so many tiny versions of Angel all over this room.
I approve this message of, can we show up in the middle of this?
Please, GM. Please.
I certainly.
Yes.
So we just kind of, poof, here we are.
Oh,
Hey, Angel.
Piper, you're the only one who knows what this room looks like.
And now so does Vinestra and Piccolo. It is a shrine.
Then you know she looks up at Venestra. Hi, Venestra. Wow. Are all those real? She just looks at your boobs. Real?
I feel like that should be an insult. They are. I'm a dragon.
Okay. Polymorph is a thing. But so big. Your back must hurt.
Dragons are very strong.
Okay.
Dragon. She is strong. Like bull.
Like bull.
Why Piper suddenly has a Russian accent, we will never know. I also V-shifted her wings into a second pair of arms, got 4 arms. Damn!
Those could be useful.
Nicodemus,
who's-
get ideas if you want.
There we go.
Are you okay? Yeah, okay.
Lots
Yeah,
been
let's see
set
if
up
it's
for
on.
you, Venestra.
Ugh.
So, did it go well? Angel's just smiling, beaming from ear to ear.
Yes.
Good.
As you can see, Piccolo is pink again. Also, we may have busted a huge hole between that layer all the way down to the void. So
The power vacuum usually closes itself. And I
I
say
know, but
usually.
I just figured that'd be funny information to give in a palace that's called the Pickle Palace.
Considering it was a penetrating pickle house, I don't think
Yeah.
that's a bad thing.
Well, it was more or less a game of hide the pickle.
So,
After the game of Hide the Pickle was concluded, the pickle decided to fall from the sky and penetrate through many layers of the abyss, rather roughly.
No
yeah, the
lube.
power vacuum will heal itself, and if not, some of those layers will disappear and then recreate themselves. It's just how it works. That's how the abyss works.
That's if the mushrooms didn't do their job and completely wipe out that layer of the abyss. We don't know how far and wide it spread, but it spread far and wide. It looked very mutated.
She puts
Just
her hand on
just-
Piper's. Piper, the power vacuum works like this. Where there
Oh,
is
right.
something there, it will retake its place.
Oh right, Piper needs to revive Bob and Knob.
We're not doing that here.
Oh hell no.
When you get to where are you going?
We need to borrow Farah to help Avery with a thing to keep his brain from melting.
Okay.
And cracking and breaking and I guess possibly killing him. Or just make him insane, we don't know.
So I catch you up. Spider vampire man decided to try to court me, and
Fully
instead
aware there are dignitaries here who would try their best to see if I was on the
puts her
market
hands.
for farming.
Piper.
And she
There
is
are
most
bigger
definitely not
nooses.
on the market.
There's bigger news.
Piccolo is doing
Oh,
his
no.
best to mask his normal surfer dude accent.
You can tell it's just about her kid. She's just like, there's bigger news.
Don't tell me one of them's taking an interest in a child of yours.
No. In not in a child, but in the oldest child of mine.
Where is Wilsoni
She's
in
still
that
only
random
technically a little over 2 years old.
No, she's technically 11,000 years old. We did age her up.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Where's Wilsoni with that button that goes, oh no!
No, it's a great thing considering he's a vampire and she can't ever be turned into that.
Toxic blood and all that.
What? So this is
Technically, her blood
Kismet?
is erased.
Or
It's
are you
not erased.
talking about the Skag child?
Skag child.
Oh, okay, cool. The reason why I said, oh no, because I thought you were talking about Kismet.
Oh, good lord, Kismet wouldn't touch that thing with a 10-foot pole.
Also, that would make intercourse very, very difficult. Unless they're into that sort of thing, but I don't think they are.
A lot of blood play.
But I'm really excited because
up!
I'm really excited because she's never taken an interest in anything, remember? She likes the kids, she'll put up with everything. No interest. She took interest. Like, right away.
That's scary.
That's not concerning, right?
Cute. It's
That's
scary, but cute, and concerning, but cute. Well, let's just keep an eye on it.
Cute cerny.
But, I mean,
Cute
considering
sir.
if he accidentally drinks her blood, he's gonna catch on fire, considering all of the mercastiness that is now in her form.
This vamp is on
Fuck.
fire.
Yeah, I mean, so technically she's a death bomb for him, so there would be no reason to eat her anyways. So,
One way to get the hots
Just-
for her, to be fair.
Just looks at Piccolo. Will you stop with the puns?
No.
but
Just
she
looks over at him.
is,
Excuse me?
it is going to be an alliance of forces, and apparently they can even use mosquitoes as spies.
I'm going to pretend you never told me that, because last thing I need is have that level of paranoia in my fucking life.
But they're going to be protecting the changelings in Shihu.
Wait, I am going to pretend I didn't hear that about the mosquitoes. He lives in a
Somebody, that
bog.
Wilsoni's probably going to whisper it in the back of your mind.
Megan, you gotta remember, Piper lives in a bog, and Vinestra. Seems I can't do that.
Piper, in the back of your head, you hear Wilsoni just start humming, and then he pulls out a mental violin, and the violin song "Bumblebee" starts playing in the back of your head.
Oh, and she's just like, she looks at Vanessa, she pulls her robe on tighter around herself. Oh, Vanessa, welcome to Sharni. Oh, good lord. It's more excited to see Piper. Her sister's really important to her, so it's like, you almost died in the abyss. I was lost to you. And she's like hugging Piper, and she just starts to tug her clothes back on.
Piper just pats Angel on the head. It's okay.
Okay.
I bet he got scratches. It's fine.
So, welcome to Sharni. You are inside of a large dragon, so try not to blow up the walls like my grandmother just did, or my mother just did, because I'm gonna have to mend those.
Yeah, the house doesn't like it when you do that. Has flashbacks to from trying to turn and to try to human again after being a fly in a small space. Don't do that.
So, welcome to Sharni. This is my home. She brings you outside of her bedroom where there is a lot of paraphernalia of herself. Like, it's excessive. Like, there are little mini statues made out of like mahogany wood, like everywhere, of Angel's body. She's just like, I can't hide from myself. Is that okay?
And Vanessa is typing. I'm just gonna keep that open. It's certainly a sight.
This is my room. These are the chamber of the two rulers. So I'm gonna take you into the hall. She leads her out into the hall where there's a giant kind of drop down, and you can see a skylight ceiling with like a it's what do you call it? Stained glass all across the ceiling. It looks like scaling and different pictures along the scales. That was an Arlean installation of himself.
Child over here is slightly snoring, and it's kind of cute.
Joe is focused. Don't
Are
know
you-
what
I
he's
think he's
doing.
trying to make the text-to-speech bot work for Vanessa.
It was working before.
It don't want to work now.
Try in the general chat.
No. Why did you put the bot in the other place?
So that Vinestra, anytime she typed in there, it would pop in here. At least that's the way it's supposed to work.
It's so broken. Yeah.
Broken again, only broken again. Finished. Interesting. Either way, we came here to collect the Farah to have her help Avery. You could, if you can, sneak off to join us if you like.
Here we go. You can hear like the absolute sigh of, I really want to, but I can't.
We're not going to Kirin. Promise, we're not going to the abyss. I know you can't go to the abyss. We're going to Kirin. I can't say it properly.
I have to come back and check on things in the morning, considering that I have 3 of my children in charge right now. Griffin on alert. So that should work. Joe, what are you doing? You want to take a break? You want to put us on 15-minute break, Joe, so you can focus?
I'm trying to figure this out. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Joe, we need Farah.
So if you need to take a break to try and figure
let's
this
take a
out.
break and get the bot working.
Just for a minute, please.
Yeah, we're back. Sorry, that BRB was spent initially doing a little bit of work trying to get the bot sorted, and then the second half of the BRB got spent trying to cool the fuck down because I got bad. It was bad. Excited for tomorrow when that thing goes up. You know, I said in that gentle surprise tone you initially announced it. Thank you. You didn't need to do that. Here's my new thank you. Thank you, Guinea. I very much needed that. Didn't know how badly I needed it, but fucking hell. Thank you. Jesus. And I'm excited for it. Because if it stops shit like this, it's gonna be incredible. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Almost 80 degrees and it's dark out. What the fuck?
Does the DM
We're
wanna know
getting
where
there. Mecha suit will come after we get Aegis a just regular sized body. Then it can be reconstructed to be pilotable. Actually, hell, Aegis is just the out of character name that I've already given him. That'll have to come into roleplay at some point.
for Joe to be ready?
Yes, we were having a discussion with Venestra about well, actually, essentially Angel is giving a tour after us just walking with the ability
Into her
walk
bedroom.
into her bedroom because Piper was like,
Where the
let's
fuck
do
is
some
Avery?
coitus interruptus. Apparently, Farah got there before
He is
us.
not there considering there are cursed items on his person.
Yeah, bringing those cursed items into Shiny at the moment is a no-go, so the...
Wait, there's cursed items on my person?
Cursed items in Venestra's dimension thingy. We cannot pull them out right now. Technically, the cursed
You
items.
go with her to Sharni, but because of the psionics that you carry, Angel, and because of the illithid sound that Angel felt the first time she ever met you from your
Griffin
head,
will kill you.
Griffin will
Griffin.
either kill you or
I
follow
got
you
it.
to your leader.
Okay.
No Griffin for now. Let's not do that and say we did. Yes,
Okay.
Venestra
Farah
is.
does need to ask Angel to talk. To ask
Venestra is getting a tour while Piper is gonna go with Farah to get
Yeah.
the stuff Farah needs.
And she looks over at Piper. Piper, get that poor boy a good set of clothes, if you would, while you're at it, because she hands Piper his measurements.
When did you fucking do that? Did you steal
I've
my
been
notes?
able to do that since
Did
I
you
started dancing on
steal
stage.
my notes?
But he's just a poor boy. He needs no sympathy.
I've been able to do that since I
Easy
started
come,
dancing on
easy go.
stage.
For Avery, we've already got something in plans for him. Okay, well, hands Venestra the measurements. Here you go. You have measurements now. Because I forgot Angel can eyeball people's sizes, and Piper also did measurements during the checkup.
She took some secret bard levels in fashionista.
Now we gotta make that as a homebrew subclass.
I've got to get a Neon Genesis Evangelion inspired pilot suit for this shit.
Angel leads Venestra around while they're going and rushing around. She looks over at. We have to stop by Griffin's room real quick, because I do need to let Griffin know that he's going to be in charge for an evening, and then I'll be back using my little tree boy. Tree stride through the silver trees. So,
Plug suit. So Vanessa is gonna be getting a tour.
My brain went the
Yes,
I
wrong
want-
fucking direction.
Yeah, we're not gonna call it that, even though that's what it was called in the anime.
Anyway, I want to see the Angel
Christ.
Vanessa tour all the way into Griffin's room.
So down below there's a tavern, and across it is split between like a large grand ballroom with a large chair kind of situation. Supposedly my throne room, but I don't use it as a throne room. I just use it to do accounting in there sometimes. Most of my stuff is actually done in the library, which is absolutely humongous.
Fitting that you do accounting in there, because in both cases it's still kind of a tax room.
Yeah.
She points out because they're at that top part of the area where it has that elevator thing that goes down. She's just kind of introducing everything. It's that glass elevator thing where we have like the fairy glass elevator that was put in. This is my grandmother's design.
In my armpits, and it feels way better than it should.
What's
Yeah, Vanestra's
Vanessa's
chat.
thoughts on the fairy glass elevator? Interesting to see a glass elevator.
Yeah.
It's made of fake glass. It can repair itself. That was kind of the reason behind it. It wasn't because of anything special or anything. It was more because, I have very destructive, children sometimes. Hold on. Where
And
did it go?
they have very destructive fey nieces, or fey cousins. Of the Piper variety.
There is a training room or training yard, below the building now, and across from the building, but it is kept away from the back part of the building. She gestures to several grand hallways that are kind of like, one of them goes down into a staircase. You can tell there are people who are like dressed in full armor that are going down into the staircase. From what Joe has told me. There it is. Vanessa shirt.
He's right there.
We also have a dentist on retainer now. We have a dentist, we have several, we even have an optometrist that just got moved in, and we have several different tailors that frequent the space, as well as several different blacksmithies and armorers that I kind of made it an open artwork space where everybody has their own kind of locker or space where they can put things. I like to utilize new tools. And my kids are kind of learning a lot of things now that they're working with the communist mentis. Y'all are talking about making an automaton? My mother was super excited. Like a Sarah was discussing an automaton really fast or something like that. Mech. Communal space? An art communal space? It's a...
No.
Oh, the
Communus
communist
mentis.
mentis. They're the faction that rules over this world and keeps... She pulls Fenestra aside into I would say one of the side areas and takes her a long route around where people don't go usually, using her amulet on the wall. The Communist Mentis is a group of scientists, wizards, warlocks, sorcerers, all types of magic folk that run a school, and they run the rules of science trajectory. I'll say it that way. It's a light way of saying it. I have a stifled gun making for as long as I am able. And I will probably do so for quite some time. Until we can make it a slow build and make it put in the wise hands of wise people who aren't going to misuse knowledge. My brother, Griffin, is from the original wars of the worlds, where magical radiation literally tore the entire planet apart. Now we have 5 rings. 5 different universes, 5 different spaces. Yet all in the same space. The veil between the 5 is thin. And treacherous. I hope you can hear me. I hope my mic is close enough. Okay.
To read off Venestra's statement, right, so these wizards prevent the advancement of society?
No. It's this point when Angel gets very serious with Venestra and gets as close as she can, and the bit of cloak and dagger that she keeps, that thin veil between her darker self and who she is, nearly snaps. I have just put this world back together. People want to take it apart, to put the rings back together. There is no way to do such without absolutely tearing what we already have asunder. While magic is infinite and vast, it has its repercussions.
Hello?
The orb that we live on, or we used to live on, was named Para. Terra, after a series of cataclysmic events, broke into 5 rings. After men's wars broke it, with machinations and advancement, so-called advancement. While it is wonderful to watch science go forward, it gives men power. And a power structure to grind those below under a heel. We got to see someone in those camps try to escape. That was debilitating. Now Communist Mentis moves between the 5 rings, making sure that slowly the advancements will happen, but at the right time so as not to break the worlds, as it has before. Because so much knowledge can seem a good thing till it's put in the hands of something so dark. I watched a beholder's magic used to try to tear this world apart. His man's arms covered in scars, crawling up his skin. Like cancer. It looked like cancer. Whatever cancer looks like, it's what it looked like. We don't have it here in this world. I only know of what it is because of what happened to my brother, the radiation that existed because humans decided to make bigger mechanisms themselves. If you are from a more advanced society than our own, I ask that you only bring the good parts of it. And treasure what we have right now.
Sorry, some of the harsh stuff, that's the good stuff. Duly noted, Angel.
I don't have any problems with anything that you have or do or you believe or have seen, and that wars will happen and that's just normal. But I would prefer a time of peace for just a little while. I know we won't have very much longer before there is a war. Because it is coming and I will have no way to stop that. But I am going to try to make a safe space for people who want to live and live in harmony and create beautiful things. For the betterment of not only the planet, but the betterment of themselves. This ring deserves life, in my opinion. And while my father was solely focused on protecting me, I want to protect this world for my children and for the future. You can see tears just start to stream down her face on the side because of how much she's seen and how much destruction she's seen. Joe, would any of her kids be attuned to her emotions and be able to find her in these back hallways?
I'm with you.
So, which child would find her? Discussing this kind of world problem, the other kids know about it, but not to the extent that only one of the kids would know about it. Alku would be the only one who would probably know about it. Joe, what are you doing? Oh, by the way, Vanestra said, I'm reading it as well.
It would be,
Had to go look for the children list.
it would come up for you.
I would probably Alkuv. Talking about the first world would probably bring Alkuv out of the woodwork. And now he's a good boy. He's a good boy! Joe, what are you trying to do?
Trying to fix things and also trying to cool down mentally and physically, because no problem. And I'm having trouble focusing, trying to get myself plugged back in here. Okay, would pop up. What's going on?
Oh. looks fine. You can see she's just brushing away her tears, thinking about everything.
Good.
Yeah, we're okay. Would Vanessa be able to see what he is?
That's a
I have a sense of what he is.
I would say this. As this kid enters the room, there's this vibration to the air that makes everything feel almost momentarily fragile. That is tangible. It can be felt. That's not even necessary for an insight check or anything.
How are you and your tech girlfriend doing? She plays with his hair a little bit.
So far, so good.
That's good. Please don't grow so fast. She looks at him already like in it, like his halfway to his teens, like it is 13. Playing with his hair. Don't laugh at me.
I'm not.
How are you enjoying the vampires? Oh,
They're
this
an
is
odd bunch.
Vanestra. This is Vanestra. Vanestra. This is Alkuv. Alkuv. Vanestra.
Nice to meet you, big foreign dragon lady. This kid immediately reads your foreign nature just by looking at you.
Kuv
That I
is.
still picture Alkuv as Dende.
He's kind of like Tende. He's kind of like Tende.
Likewise, it is nice to meet you too.
It's super cummy, Dende.
Super Kami Alkuv.
So, Alkuv, he's a special case. If he ever feels like talking about it with you, it's because he feels like it.
And like a cat.
Kind of like a cat. He likes Angel, and that's about it. He likes Angel and his girlfriend and his dad, and that's he's this whole little family that he's got, and that's about it. Everybody else is SOL.
At
We're trying
best,
to-
tolerate Piper.
Well, he's trying to make friends, so that's our next step is to make friends. Once we learn how to make friends, then we have calmed down some of that storm.
What color
So-
is he? Is he red?
He's fully black. He's
Well,
like got
little
that
black
gray-
doesn't sound appropriate.
He's literally a god of destruction. He's a hole. If I remember, he has graying skin with jet black hair, if I remember correctly, Joe, right?
Yep.
Lil Jet, that's his name.
With almost... Are his eyes black too, or is just the pupils?
They are. The entirety of his eyes are void black.
Scalera included?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I will be right there to help you with your paper, because I know that's what you asked me to do this morning. She looks over at Alcove. I know that Griffin's going to give you a test on Iphthis this morning, because that's what you asked about. She wanted a specific class on. Was it Iphthis or was it? But she looks over to Alkuv and asks.
The other rings aren't really common knowledge to anybody. If anything, it's just a test on the theoreticals there, but
With the books that follow through your grandfather's thing, I wouldn't be surprised if your uncle has something on every plane of existence. But, you also wanted to have a class on languages for, it wasn't elemental, it was, you wanted to work on High Sylvan, was it?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then I'll work with you on that one. Talking to the Fey Lords is kind of a pain sometimes. They speak High Sylvan. Vanessa, there's so many children. I would love to introduce you to them all, but they're all busy in their own studies.
We don't
It
have
is.
enough of a season to introduce all of them. There are hundreds.
There is only 200 as of right now, Joe.
That still makes 100 plural, therefore hundreds.
There are still only 2. I could literally introduce them all to her in one night in a discussion. And I'll explain them to her. So, I am going to take you to... Wait. Kel and Jell, did they speak with Illithid or Velix?
Same difference, but they're mind flayers. Elephant and Velix are factions, not racial descriptors.
Not going to be able to avoid Griffin. Does Griffin hit the walls have ears? Is this a walls have ears kind of moment for Griffin?
It'll be
Vanessa says,
interesting to see all of your children. We unfortunately do not have enough time right now.
No,
So, if you and your
course not.
kids want some time off to enjoy the holiday, ask.
I would love that. I would love that. As soon as we're done hosting the vampires, I have 2 more people to hook up, even if it's just with people in my court.
Please tell me you're having a masquerade ball for a Vampire the Masquerade.
Oh,
Yes!
it's not a question. She looks over at Venistra. Would you, I have a question, Joe. Is it, when I mention Griffin's name, do the walls have ears?
He's in the
Ireland.
walls! He's in the goddamn walls!
How is he doing this? He reminds me of that girl from like Muppet Treasure, Muppet Treasure Island, the Muppet Treasure Island one, where he's literally like, "How does she bloody do that? Go on without me, boys." Hi.
There's no response from Griffin upon simply the words being uttered.
Okay. So they make it to Griffin's room and they knock on the door. Is there rock music coming in from inside?
Classical.
Oh, death music. Oh, that's death music. Oh no. I'm plotting shit.
I'm sorry, but when you said classical music, that was the first song that popped into my head.
She knocks gently on the door.
Takes a good 30 seconds. What?
Ow! Fornicator Mallard.
To know if you have any illithid text or psionic stuff.
For what purpose do you want that kind of shit?
She looks at it. Is he like literally popping his head out with a skag face?
There
Like
is
that face that is
no
barely hidden peeled?
popping the head out of any door just yet. There is simply the voice from behind the door, as the classical music seems to get slightly louder.
What do you know about psionic radiation?
Psionic radiation.
It whispers.
That whisper. What do you need to know about that?
I'm asking for a friend.
Which
That's what they
friend?
all say.
A new friend?
How new?
He helped Piper save the Feywild. He fell from the sky.
It's not suspicious at all.
You're not really
Trying to
selling
be-
this.
I'm going to let you know that the radiation manifests on his body like a climbing, cracking wall.
Is this an experiment in watching him die, or what's the shtick here?
I don't know if there's any way to undo it.
How long ago did this happen? 5 days? If he's that craggly and he's still, talking, it had to have only been 5 days. Gets to about a week, he should be long dead.
He's older than that.
Classical music just flat stops, like someone killing a CD player.
This is not like the record player stop.
Nope. Something distinctively more electronic. Sounds good.
He finally figured out how to make the generators work.
Currently a new installation on the door. He opens a small little doorway, like someone observing the outside of a tomb. Still alive.
Yes, still alive. And so
In
is
a
his
crippled
lover.
and or vegetative state.
One of them is in a vegetative state. I've sent out feelers for her.
Okay. Clarify.
You remember that girl Aiko I sent you out to make feelers for?
Yeah. Psychic vegetable.
Yeah. But alive.
So you're saying he's not in this one is not in a vegetative state.
He's walking.
He's linked to, okay, he's
Stop.
walking. Is he having a hard time of it?
No.
He's literally flying. Like
Is he
Yeah.
lingual?
Yes.
Vocal?
Yes.
To clarify, he's not like undead, right? He's not a zombie.
No. He's a changeling.
Yeah, that wouldn't really factor into that at all.
Just letting you know who he is.
Yeah, the changeling part don't matter. It doesn't matter what the fuck your species is when that shit. Okay, hold on. He shuts the little preview window away, and you can hear him unlocking and unbolting a series of locks, which you've known at this point. He locks himself up this much when he's in focused mode.
It's not a good focus either.
How functional are we talking? We talking IQ of a toddler in the body of a man? We talking...
I'm talking he can still shift in and out of his shape, kind of thing. That's hard for a changeling when their psionics are messed up. And their whole brain and their psyche's gone.
Okay, again, regardless of the changeling shit, it's...
He talks, he walks, he has sexual preferences.
Are his sexual preferences, as long as it doesn't hurt, because everything else does.
It doesn't hurt.
I gotta beat this shit, Ed. Give me a second. He closes the door, doesn't bolt it or anything, and then he comes out, his arm bundled up with a series of scrolls and boxes that he now has hanging from his belts, and they are clearly, as the belt's kind of being pulled down, they are heavy boxes.
Do not kill him.
I make no promises. I will
Do
try
not.
not to. I'm not talking about impulse here.
It's a disease.
I'm
From
aware.
what Piper picked up.
One that should have killed him.
I'm gathering that by what you're saying, and I'm trying not to cry in front of you.
This is based
He's
off of
such a good
tissue
person.
samples that I took from the girl.
Please tell me she's still alive.
She's still alive. And she consented. She was able to speak, if fucking failingly.
You promised me that you would move her.
I did. Wasn't able to move her a lot, but I moved her.
How close did you get her?
Oh, sir. She's in a hostel. About a couple islands up from Lilu, Netogola Island. A lot closer to here than she was. A well-guarded hostel. And
I will take him to see her. I promised I would take him to see her.
Would taking her to Piper's court do anything to help?
Healing magic makes it worse. That's a little jarring.
It makes it a lot worse.
How does he react there?
He was fine in Piper's court. He didn't.
By the way,
did he come along on this trip?
No.
No.
That was the DM speaking, because my brain, again, trying to piece things back together.
No, he's staying at the house.
We figured Griffin would home in on him like a beacon and go stabby stabby. So we were like, no, you stay here.
Is he here with you?
He's in Keating.
That's a bit of a ways out.
We have a silver tree in Keating.
You put a silver wood in that frozen rock.
Yes, we did.
Good lord. Okay. Give me 15 minutes. I'll work on compiling what conjecture I was able to gather from what minimally invasive research I was able to do with the girl, alongside some of the manuscripts I've collected.
Do I need to bring the soul stone with me?
That's a terrible idea.
It's a question I'm asking you because I keep it in my bag.
I will say, it's not completely Mind Flayer related. Well, I'll get to that.
Okay, do me a big favor. Did you leave me a circle that I could take him to see her?
Those are hard to install on a prolonged pretense. I can take you there myself. Circles take a long time to put up. Like staples.
I was just hoping you took one of the tile ones that we made.
Not that easy. Especially since teleportation seems a little bit fucked up around her specifically. If I'm
So over
jumping
at
anybody there, we're
Vinesh-
gonna be about a mile out. And then we're gonna have to
Looks
walk the rest of
over-
the way.
Looks over at Venestra. Did something happen? Did someone come to see him? Did something happen? Because this is advancing a lot of things. She looks over at Venestra because she didn't hear anything from Violet. She heard some brief notes from Vera.
And horny. I'm sorry. Who are you?
This is Venestra. Venestra, Griffin. Griffin Venestra. Griffin is this 11,000-year-old skag.
Hi. Charmed. You are tall as shit.
She has
How did you
really big
notice?
gazongas.
I noticed.
How did you not notice her?
Given her height, it's a little easier to see those than it is to see her face. I actually have to back up a little bit.
Which, by the way, Piper is not here. She's with Farah gathering shit.
New meaning to my face is up here. Oh god, way up there.
Eyes are up here. Bruh.
Gonna break my neck trying to look at your eyes, lady.
Finestra. From what I can tell, the tree or the Kirin, it caused it. She motioned her hands and her breasts returned to their usual size.
Neat.
She's a kidding.
Him also talking to an illithid.
Excuse me.
Don't. The one thing Avery said.
Is
that
he a
was
little
meant to Avery-
glassy-eyed,
Was he?
this changeling?
No.
No.
Silver-eyed. That's what he told us. That's what was said.
What? When?
What's his eye color?
Silver, like milk, like a mirror.
Description.
Are you talking about Avery or the illithid?
Illithid, because that's what Joe said earlier.
No, I
Oh,
said, is
look.
this changeling a little glassy-eyed?
No.
Little.
Like he's
I
not
actually
entirely...
don't have an eye color set.
The
'Cause
changelings normally...
actually I don't.
don't.
Yeah, changelings don't really have
It's,
eyes in there.
Well,
But
Angel
I don't-
Angel sees eyes even though they're not there for changelings.
They do. They do have eyes. They are just all white sclera, with the barest
Ah.
note of a pupil, and it will change based on what you shift into.
They're not glassy like somebody who's been infected. We've seen that before.
This bitch isn't a thrall, and he was talking to a tentacle face.
Yes. Like Kel and Jill when we first met them.
I'll bring my staff.
I guess I have to come too.
Well, one experiment I wasn't able to do on the girl, he may have to go through. I wonder how his disease is affected by chronomancy.
Oh fuck.
Wasn't about to
puts
do
her-
it to that girl.
As she puts her hand on her brother's. I'm going to gather the children we need. Which ones can help you?
Given the volatile nature of this shit and the fact that I've been dealing with volatile shit like this for a while,
I'm
I
talking
would
about
prefer
chronomancy.
you not send your kids into this mess.
Okay. Do you want me to have them on all alert? Do you want me to put the secondary alert out?
No.
The secondary alert just makes them take over so I can go with you.
No. Well, wanna go with?
I'd rather be able to hold his hand. He's a nice guy. I'll keep a distant radius, okay?
Vinestra. What color were this squid face's eyes? If you can recall.
It was silver.
You're not. Okay, so we're gonna be rolling the dice here.
I wrote down that they're silvered, like a mirror.
Oh,
I got a guy I gotta talk to before I head out there. If and when you're free, he'll need a visit from a guest. He's one of those guys. Catch my meaning.
you know, if you find Piper, she would know.
Let's go find Piper. She might know. She's good for detail.
All right, let's go find Plant Lady. Well, Blood Lady, I guess.
Considering
Haven't
they're
been Plant Lady
probably
in a couple of years.
they're probably in Farrah's workshop because he wants to be a tinkerer.
Is one of his eyes a little fucked up?
We don't know.
You look into his
I'd
pupils.
ask.
There's nothing moving in there.
Are you talking about the boy or are we talking about everybody else?
I'm talking about this fucking dead man walking.
He's fine. It's scaring me because he's very put together.
Yeah, he should be dead. All right. Or she should be dead too. I don't know how the fuck she's alive, even if it's only barely.
You said he met with an illithid. Was that his mentor?
Oh, okay, don't give me speculation. That only makes it sound worse.
Meanwhile, at the other side of the house.
Meanwhile, as we walk towards the other side of the house, what do we hear when we get to Farrah's workshop? Boop 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 boop.
You can hear, you can see Farrah kind of going through this very large kind of outfolded almost banner book going through different schematics. So here we have schematic for a sort. Well, okay. First of all, we're going for a baseline of some kind. Are we looking for a humanoid shape for him, ideally, or are we looking for something a little more?
More what?
Animal.
Android. Oh,
Yeah.
animal. It's,
Humanoid.
Human.
Humanoid.
I'm pretty sure he said humanoid for now.
Okay. No. Any sort of racial features we'd like to mimic that may complicate the schematic somewhat, or are we just keeping it vague for the sake of giving some shape to the mask? Sort of a mechanical.
Just-
I would display the figurine, the
Little mech
Gundam,
figurine he
the
found.
Gundam. Yeah, I would
Would you
show
give
it.
that to Piper to show Farrah?
No, because it would have burned up on impact.
Oh, wait, right.
I'm assuming
Well,
the
he's
looking
not
glass is a
here.
factor here.
Oh, no, you would know exactly what it looked like because the kids would have had a couple of those made by probably Griffin, made out of wood.
So many of these decorative elements are woefully unnecessary.
Yes, and it's what we want
Most of them would actually, in practice, hinder mobility.
That's fine. It's fine. Just something to go off of. It doesn't have to. We can cut things out. We can refine
reshape
the
it.
design. We can refine the design.
Okay.
It just needs a little.
Given that you're on a
shaping.
limited time frame,
We're just gonna do. I
Just-
figured, and what he also said,
How about
basic
this?
bitch humanoid figure, and we add bits later.
I'll go with the baseline homunculus unit based off of animated arm. This means it's adaptable, you can add things to it, you can augment it, but its core will stay the same, which means anything you add to it effectively is a suit. For its suit.
Yes.
It's
Like
also
I
going to be
said.
flexible, so you can fit it into some animalistic shapes should that be necessary. Just keep in mind, you can't really do creatures whose knees bend backwards unless you're going for longer legs than it has.
Damn, no velociraptor.
Again, longer legs than it has may be feasible. We're going with a small homunculus for the sake of that adaptability. It's going to be proportionate to a normal humanoid, but in terms of relative height, maybe a little taller than Angel.
Yeah, it's tiny, but yeah, that's fine. That works.
Homunculus will be your best bet for adaptability. That said, it still needs ocular senses and some basic senses. Color preference? I don't think you have enough time, but I'm still
Nope.
going to ask.
I will work on preferences once we have a functioning prototype.
Oh yeah, Piper also has the fairy glass. Probably had Piccolo leave his.
By
Letting
the way,
you know that
later, if
Violet
you want
has
to
it
give
in
it a
her hand.
dick, because apparently that's a thing, you'll have to ask Angel for that schematic.
I'm
I
sorry, there was
can-
talking over you, so I'm not sure entirely what you said.
If you want to give it a dick, you'll have to ask Angel for that schematic. She was fairly insistent on a sort of adopted brother of hers who was in a metal body having a functioning organ, so to speak. I don't know why I'm bringing that up. It still makes me severely uncomfortable. I digress.
No.
Good, you're not making a sex bot.
And not yet.
I have a question. Do we walk in the middle of this conversation with Griffin in tow? Can I walk
Oh, you're
into
not
the
making a
dick
sex
sentence?
bot yet?
That's where we put the fire hose.
That's where we put the hose to put fires out. Yeah.
I'm letting you know Violet and Halcyon are snuggling next to
Due
Avery
to
at the
unknown
moment.
reasons, the water always turns yellow before it sprays out.
Don't worry, it's just a bit of engine oil getting mixed in there.
Ew.
Ew, stop! Stop! No! Stop! What are you doing?
Stop
Don't do
lubricating the
this.
man.
All of you, stop it.
I'm letting you know that Angel walks in. Why are we talking about penises? Just because Myron needed a penis.
That is your fault. He did not need one.
He did need a
You
penis.
insisted.
He married a dragon.
And he got a body later anyway. I feel like you could have waited rather than meticulously designing a mecha cock.
I wanted to know if it would exist so he could eat food and so he could feel the pleasures of
I'm
life.
sorry, what the hell does him having a...
But what if I want a mecha cooch?
I'm sorry, is there a schematic that I don't know about where you put a mouth on the dick? With teeth.
I don't think the dragon complained.
Hand over those schematics.
You hand him over to Angel.
They would turn to Angel, hand over those schematics.
Avery writes in their notebook.
Angel just hands her the
do.
schematics.
To
What have you
do.
done?
Design mecha cooch.
And Violet's just sitting next to Avery at this point. What's up?
He looks up from his notepad. That.
Mhm.
I feel like in his geeking out and
She doesn't
tinkering,
feel
he
yet
has
assuming
reverted
that she's
back to
looking
his
through
most
the looking
comfortable
glass in this case.
kind of.
Yeah. Just like pass it over to Avery. Avery at this point can probably be seen by Griffin in the background.
Is this the shithead?
Yeah, it's him.
I mean, only sometimes.
Why do you call everybody a shithead? Jesus.
They're a shithead until they earn my trust.
And technically,
I mean,
he
does that
doesn't
mean
call
that you're a
favoritism.
shithead?
Roll a persuasion check.
Ooh, good roll.
Persuasion is plus 16. And that is 27.
Ooh.
He's made his first step toward being less of a shithead.
So, she, Piper, can you put the glass down here for a minute?
Puts it down.
I found Aiko. Griffin found her.
And how is she doing?
Aiko, how do we spell that name? I need to make sure I get it right in case I need to send it off to a stone.
A-I-A-O.
A-I-K-O. She's a fucking vegetable, my guy.
He knew that part.
She's brain dead?
No.
Not exactly.
brain dead
She's
is not
able
a
to
vegetable.
communicate. Her body's a little... She's non-functional.
She's on her deathbed, but not actually
Not
vegetative.
strictly dying yet.
What they
Strictly
mean by she's a vegetable is essentially she's kind of can't do things for herself, but she's still in there.
Still okay.
And able to communicate.
Yeah, that's not
Alongside
what vegetative
consenting
is.
to,
Don't scare me like
depends
that.
depends on definition of vegetative.
Vegetative state can also just mean that she's bedridden by the old standard.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be able to move her from
Functional
Liu
enough
because
to consent to a series of biopsies, but I digress.
she is going to be okay. We're going to try to figure this out. But I'm letting you know that transporting you there today, if I wanted to, couldn't happen.
Could you
because
take your
we would
shirt
be-
off, guy?
I thought you'd never ask.
He always walks around naked.
I need to
mean,
get a better look at the
They've
problems.
already shrunk back down to their more comfortable size just as they've been there tinkering. So taking this loose, baggy ass shirt off of them is like just they're like reaching up trying
And
to.
now you don't smell like you're sweating.
You look like a Utah salt flat. Okay, I'm gonna have to go over there.
What? I'm not in my default form.
Yeah, scarring tends to poke through with changelings a little bit, and some of that's a little deep.
We
See.
have 48 hours before something happens.
Could
That's what I got from.
it do with
that's
the
what
fact that
I-
he's talking to a goddamn squid head?
Yes, but this squid head in particular came to warn me about other squid heads. This is a good squid head, as rare
Are
as
we
that
going
is.
yet or not?
Vinestra said, "How about we have these conversations in the dimension?"
Angel looks over at Nicodemus. I need my pack. Can you get us ready, please?
Yeah, let's, yeah.
I could also take you to him. I need to meet up with him anyway.
By all means.
Do not kill him yet.
Talk first. Make your judgments based on your communication.
Considering the world breakers, he
Cool.
doesn't know the other part. She looks over at Nicodemus. I need you to get me my pack. I need
Yep.
you to get all of the little ones in attendance.
Okay, side note. Pocket dimension. Elaborate.
She has a pocket dimension. I've known her for a
Jeez.
long time. First
Yeah,
time I ever.
everybody's got a pocket dimension. Are we talking like a small
Vinestra
little
is
shack?
typing. Vinestra is typing.
I've just come to know Vinestra as the master of pocket dimensions. She has a pocket dimension for literally everything, it feels like.
We need to get to your own pocket dimension.
Angel disappears for a minute to tell Kel and Jell and to tell the older kids to literally be on alert for all the mid-age kids because they're still going to school. Because she's taking the necklace with her and she
City
has the
structure.
second.
That's
Think
abnormal.
more like an endless ocean with a massive city structure.
Is a pocket dimension or just a gateway to another plane?
Dimension.
Pocket dimension.
Really? I'll have to take a look at that too.
So, Griffin, I'm going to get all the kids together. And I'm going to put all the adults on watch.
Okay.
For the mid-age kids, and I'm going to leave the secondary necklace where the kids can hop through.
Alrighty.
Here.
Now are we going? Because I'd prefer to get face to face with the shithead here and understand what the hell is going on. I'd very much like to see him face to face as well. Oh,
Hey,
she's got that
Ganesh.
look.
Yeah, she does.
Oh, this is gonna be
She's had
fun.
it.
Does
So,
do we
is
have
Zeus-
everything?
Is Zeus coming?
Yes, I'm coming.
Okay, hold on. Let me get Ezekrin to put everybody on alert.
There's this massive blonde-furred minotaur.
Angel puts her grandmother on alert for protecting everybody in the castle.
The castle nods.
Okay.
You hear some screaming from the upper floors where the castle nods.
She takes her pack from Nicodemus. You coming with, or are you gonna let me go by myself?
I'm coming. If you think you're going anywhere without me, Jesus.
Probably
We're attached at the hip.
not. Take Silver.
You made that a literal thing.
I mean, we can be. I actually recently retrofitted this belt.
No, we're not doing that again. That was embarrassing.
Be my
It's in
fanny
front of
pack.
our 4-year-old.
Put these
No.
strap on.
So
What? Says
So-
Venestra.
Like a fanny pack, but it's got leg slots.
Oh my goodness, I didn't need that level of detail. I was meaning I could just vine wrap you two.
There's.
But fine.
What are you thinking of? No. We don't do that out.
we do.
I also have one of those, but that's strictly in the bedroom.
That was a special request from Workbook.
Yeah.
He literally grabs onto Nick's shoulders. You're
Oh.
leading the way, because I'm tired.
All right, let's do this shit.
Venestra can just walk us back.
Can. So she knows what the front of the house looks like now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Venestra's shot.
What? Venestra V will get to walking everyone back.
Yes.
And as that walking process starts, Farah immediately looking around with fascination and trying to look and see if she can trace any kind of magical aura coming off of you when you start using that ability. Oh, that is fascinating. How do you do that? The turtle, despite her size, still a little bit shorter than you, Venestra, looking up
By much.
kind of in your direction.
Aw. She's looking up to somebody for one. That isn't her husband. I subject my will on the world, I suppose.
There have been a great many sycophants with lines like that. I'd say be careful of what kind of dangers that kind of power can bring. Unless, of course, that's your plan. What fascinating, nonetheless. I think I may have to probe your brain. Probe your brain. There's a word there somewhere.
Angel looks over at Venestra. I have never done this. This is so cool. You are so cool. This is so cool. It's literally Angel's vibe. What are you waiting for? Something amazing, I guess.
I don't know, something amazing, I guess.
Gonna rip it, roll it, and touch it.
Punch it. You gotta rip it, roll it, and punch it. Sorry, we watched that movie.
Rip it,
recently.
roll it, and touch it is the wrong version of that movie.
Pop it, twist it.
Twist it. Pull it. Are you sure this water sanitary? Questionable to me. But what about bacteria?
goddamn cool!
That's my second favorite part. But what about bacteria?
Bacteria! I can't go that high. So once we get there, shall we go straight into the pocket dimension? Which one? You have like 2, right?
This one,
Which
nobody
one,
has physically
please?
visited yet. Aside from, oh,
But
wow.
it's.
Messed up.
I want to see Kirin. I've never been. You hear Angel's like
Wonderland.
wine, her little bit of wine.
Are we going to the lamp or the ring?
Jill's so excited that they're going to Kirin at all.
One is indeed a different place.
They're both rings technically. One is just okay. One is a different place. Okay. Dios mío.
So what? Did we get there, DM?
Well, I'm assuming you guys make a quick stop by Kidding to pick up Avery and then pop into that demi-plane.
Avery is drafting up the schematics.
Avery and Xanon and Ravik.
And
Gotta grab the whole party.
You know,
Angel-
you could do with some work on your rendering skills.
It's
Angel
it's a
just
sketch.
walks up and hugs Violet.
Just a sketch.
I am
A little
so
sketchy.
happy to see you. So happy to see you. She kisses Violet's forehead. So happy to see you. You're alive. A little worse for wear, but alive.
Anyway. To the
Any
lamp.
loser?
Okay.
Instead of to the lab. To the lamp.
Okay, into the genie ring then.
Got human.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Okay, finish chat. Once gathered up, V would hold out her hand as a magic circle appeared around the party. Ooh, shiny.
All right.
Okay, what does
Which-
it look like? Because Angel's gonna go, it's a
So,
lamp!
just to clarify, you're going to go ahead and use the ability of this item called Give Me Sanctuary.
God dang. Yes.
Okay. So, as this sort of paradise-laden, city-built archipelago island manifests, I mean, where do they initially arrive? There's only one location in this place that can't be altered, so it's up to you kind of where they show up. By the way.
Since you do choose the form that the paradise of Give Me Sanctuary takes.
In front of the... Oh, okay. In front of the one place that she can't choose how it manifests itself. Okay. In which case, then, while you all arrive in this sort of interconnected island city structure, you do arrive initially in front of, oddly enough, a singular solitary grave. In an isolated little copper fountain. The copper fountain itself is heavily sort of patinaed in a similar fashion to the ring itself. The ring that she used to get you here was this sort of patinaed copper. And let's see here. Additionally, the fountain and the grave both are covered with runes. These runes, however, as you look at them, they seem to sort of shift, their language never quite staying fully consistent. It, in and of itself, the grasses around it, everything around the grave and the fountain, seem almost staunchly out of place when compared to the rest of the structure of the city around it. Almost like it's an immovable and sort of immutable location.
Bloody Angel goes, "This is so cool," as she sees the grave.
In a magical context within the demi-plane, yes. However, if you want something tangible, that in and of itself will still require some R&D. Clarify your question. That said, this city is rife with a number of functional automata, each of them having a ever so subtle, translucent essence to them, as if they are manifested more so of this place rather than being fully tangible. But that said, they do still seem impactful and capable. They may be of decent assistance in many a task here. Just as well as you enter in, there is this sort of slight, almost slowing feeling, almost like stepping through molasses for a brief moment. Clear indication at this point, through many of you having experience with demi-planes and places where the Fae are around, there is some level of time distortion here. Based on how thick that feeling was stepping in, might be somewhat heavy. Well, decent bit larger than the typical demi-plane spell. Of course, it certainly has something to do with that ring. Not so foolish as to think it doesn't. But I digress. Let's get a good look at you, sickly boy.
Boy, be nice. She puts herself in front of Avery.
I'm making an
nice to him.
observation. Not an insult,
You
at
want
least
to
I wouldn't
teach
think
him
so.
be nice?
I shapeshift into a full like bodybuilder physique. You say what now? I get my regular voice.
She's much taller than he's much taller than Angel, so it's like, be
He
nice.
is still clearly fucked up. The moment he tried to shapeshift into bodybuilder, his balls sucked up into his body.
Or he kept it that way on purpose. He was doing that the whole trip.
Doing lots of things.
It was
apparently.
really weird hearing his voice come out of Violet's body at one point.
And you hear
fuck?
Violet. Yeah, he shapeshifted my breasts to make them look bigger. And it was really cool. And
So
like,
Avery does buff Trunks thing.
I mean, Avery, as you're talking, is demonstrating. So.
it's really cool.
I am
the way-
utterly confounded.
By the way, Avery, never shapeshift into my stepmother ever again.
Never again.
So, anyway, priorities. Are we constructing automaton first? Or are we
Yes.
getting to, or are we trying to gauge your disease?
Maybe we
Automata.
Automaton first.
I've already drafted up a rough schematic.
I remember you
Oh,
have a link with
that's-
Angel.
Adorable.
Angel was the first one to open her mind to who presents Violet.
Ow. Not that hard. Owie.
Obviously, this is just a prototype. Be improved upon later. We just need a shell to get this core.
Sure, I'll stick that to the pegboard for reference. The way she says it
It's like she
has
knows she can
a
make
very
something
thick
better.
essence of we'll put it up on the fridge.
Oh, honey, that looks nice. Let's put it on the fridge.
Fridge.
Nice macaroni robot.
Hey, I'm really proud because that's not a stick figure.
I'm letting you know that Angel's very proud of you.
Vanessa
Oh,
said,
look!
Vanessa, Amira would float over looking like she's been doing all-nighters. Good to see you lot here.
It's tiny and sleep deprived. It's like another angel.
Want a hug? I haven't seen you in so long. I need a hug. She puts her arms out to Amira. I need a hug. Someone who's my size. Please. Doesn't happen very often.
Vanessa, Amira would float over and give hug.
Yes! I missed you. You're so pretty. She looks at her, you're so pretty.
You good, Lovey?
I missed her. She's the one who makes all of the cool toys.
Let me guess, you're pregnant again.
Pervert.
I'm always pregnant. Piper, I'll be pregnant for the next 400 years if I did my math right. Maybe 700. Maybe
Clarify, not
3,000.
with the same baby. I don't think her belly could stand to get that big.
Who called Amira a pervert? Nobody called Amira a
To
pervert.
be clear, and this is Nicodemus speaking, I wasn't calling you the pervert. I was calling my...
Oh, sad strand. She's amazing. She makes the most amazing things. And like sometimes, like when I first met her, she made me like a really tiny, like intricate thing. I can't remember what it was. I just know that it like disappeared from my jewelry room. And I was very upset.
So, design philosophy. We'll take what you drew up for reference here. Now, notably, there are, with how rigid that structure is, there would be some strike. Just to
Into the
note.
microphone.
There are joints. I see we've got knees, we've got elbows.
Hey, so I'm going to show you how a proper schematic works. And she's going to try to train you on the nuances of construction of automata.
Joe, both the character and I are fully aware of what a actual schematic looks like. This is a player limitation.
Right.
We can pretend that the
Character limitation.
And this character is giving you shit.
Okay.
This is the character giving the other character.
I'm
shit.
just saying,
Not
like,
you.
what I posted in session art is not representative of the work that was presented to.
Oh, okay. She's saying that the schematic is much prettier, but it's like he thinks that he knows exactly what he's doing based on the magic of the time of where he's from.
Does it have systems for detecting life signs?
No, currently it has mobility, vocal, auditory, and optical capabilities.
Basics.
Life sign detection, given what your particular occupation is, I would say would also classify as a basic, so I'm going to show you exactly how that gets integrated, even in just a homunculus baseline. Now, you may be shocked how similar it looks to a nervous system, but we're still going to simplify it a little bit.
Not the penis schematics.
We're not doing that.
I've already confiscated those.
But I can recreate them from memory. Thank you, Pendra.
This is my life.
You never know. Maybe. Angel has a whole commentary about.
Vanessa is type. Oh, as an aside, Avery, OOC might be useful to look up the TTRPG Lancer.
By the way, eventually I'm thinking of kind of, Cogman from the Transformers movies.
Yeah, I get the reference.
Kind of looking like that eventually.
It is a mecha RP, TTRPG.
I would be. And Angel looks over.
I mean, I can look it up all I want, but I don't have anyone to play it with, so.
She looks over at Avery. Angel does. Avery, just so you know, thank you for bringing my friends back safe, like you said you would.
I didn't do very much at all. Y'all brought me back safe.
She brings you a box of cookies.
Yeah, vampire. Actually, it was an. What was it? Like a Nosferatu snatched you for a second there?
She gets it.
Letting you know, Angel gives everybody a box of 20 moon cookies.
Did that have a positive or a negative impact on your fucking skin condition?
V would pat Avery on the back. It is a group effort. Look, his skin condition has been the same since I first examined it before we left.
Okay, thank you. So unaffected.
Yeah,
Oh,
one
you
last
examined it.
fuck
Hold
you
on.
for that.
Hold on.
I'm
Did you happen to take any notes? Because this will speed this shit up for me.
Did you take any notes about
You have my consent to share your notes.
Awkward moment.
Pretty sure that's usually in the first contract you sign for intermedical
Yeah,
examination purposes.
there was no contract, just pure violation.
letting you know that Piper, they're not at home. They're in Angel's possession.
Well, I'm almost regretting bringing up a contract because I was about to do that too.
I'm letting you know that Piper, they're not at your house. They got brought with Angel. Angel put them inside of her bag.
No, those were ones she kept in a lockbox.
Oh, those are the ones from the lockbox. From the other thing.
Yeah. Because Piper was like, he seems very sensitive about that.
Okay,
I'm
while Lucas is
lock
working on
this
the
away.
automaton, I'm gonna look over these, see what I can glean. In the meantime, once you get done, you and I are gonna have some personal time together.
Ooh, I like personal
It
time.
may only be
Wait,
fun for
wait,
one of
like
us.
tall, short, blonde, brunette.
I've already got a partner, thank you very much, and this kind of personal time may only be fun for me, depending on your pain
Push.
tolerance.
She puts her hand over Griffin's. You show him Aiko first.
Oh shit, right, sorry. Look, I get kinda.
Hold.
Angel made a promise. She's
One-track
really
minded.
insistent.
I thought we weren't seeing Aiko today.
No, we're not
okay,
gonna
not
see.
physically. I can, hold on. He begins to cast Major Illusion,
Ah,
which will include a series of sensory impulses like sound, like smell, things like that. Basically, in every register of the illusion, she sees
a lucid
almost-
dream, pretty much.
And what he casts out is her in this sort of moved location in the Dolgolan Islands. It's a very nice hotel room. She's in a very luxurious and luscious bed. She is very heavily bundled up around certain parts of her body that aren't too horribly afflicted. Other parts, however, her skin is exposed. She's airing out. And you can see some very small, very specific and precise geometric spots where flesh was very carefully removed and there are bandages placed there.
Does my consciousness good to know she's safe?
She's safe. She consented to the removal of those samples. That I would say that would heal. It's slower, given what condition she's in.
She's been through worse.
Oh, I'm sure.
Mercast won't heal it.
No. It won't.
You see Angel's face just start tearing up because she's.
Remember, it didn't work in my court. My court is just a fey version of the same
I
thing.
know. She's here saying just like put her hand on Piper. I know.
Well, get whatever poking and prodding you need to get done.
I'll worry about that after you get your project finished. Although, one thing that I can do while you're working on your project, may need to draw a bit of blood. And he pulls out this this bronze-framed, like, sort of very much steampunky kind of syringe as he pushes the plunger all the way down to the base of the needle. Hold on, gotta swap out the needle. And he pulls it out, throws it away, gets out a fresh one out of his kit, dips it straight into grain alcohol, lights the needle on fire, and lets it kind of sterilize itself, and then puts it into the syringe.
An extra chat. Amir would clear her throat. While we chat, you tortolator. While we chat. I feel like I had a stroke reading that sentence.
While we chat, you turtle lady, shall we get manufacturing the parts that are needed?
Ugh.
Oh, yes, we can. Fair warning. Okay. Actually, big question before I stick you. Do your veins roll? Do they blow?
Do they
Do
wobble
they
to and
shrink?
fro?
What size generally are they in a typical setting? How hard
Listen,
are
if
you
you-
going to be to draw blood from? That's what I'm getting at.
Here, Angel, I can make it easy.
Because your
If you have a
companion's veins,
preferred
they blew.
form,
Which
if you
means
have a preferred form I need to take, then just let me know.
You won't need to take a form.
Need me to go just default? I can do that.
Can you
just
do
default,
D-
and given your default, do your veins roll? Do they blow? Any concerns like that? 'Cause I don't want to go fishing. That's going to hurt like a motherfucker. The size of this needle.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Oh, you've never done this? Okay, this is going to be fucking fun.
I mean,
So-
I probably have. Player has no idea. This isn't something we generally think about when building a character.
Griffin, I
Not
can
on-
Well,
roll
you can choose to make it canon or not right now. Have you, in your base changeling form, have you had blood drawn?
I mean, yeah, we would have been doing all kinds of studies and tests. They probably just act like any vein. Like they roll a little bit.
And I can make him immobile for just a
No,
minute.
I don't think that's necessary. Like, look, I'm assuming you're not squeamish around needles.
No.
Okay. Do your veins roll a little? Okay. Do they blow? You're not aware of what
Okay, I
blowing
don't
means?
know
It
what that
means okay. So it means, based on just general blood flow, your veins can actually push the needle out.
Hey, I did not know that.
I didn't
Mind you-
know
Yeah.
that.
They've done it to mine. My hand has done that.
Ah!
Mind you that.
No,
It hurts
they
like
don't.
hell.
Ah.
They don't. Good. That'll be helpful. All right. Now Griffin's gonna roll a medicine check to see.
If he knows how to find
If
one
he-
on a changeling.
Well,
Can I
to see if he goes fishing.
empower skill? I'm gonna empower skill here.
Angel's just gonna look at him like I could find a vein in
Good.
2 minutes. Just give me a
medicine
second.
is wisdom, I believe. So.
Piper has a very stupid medical check.
The Angel's looking at him like I can take
Ooh.
people apart in 2 minutes.
Skill empowerment. Here we go.
Vanessa, might I suggest doing this
Choose-
in a more medically inclined environment? I would have. I agree. Also, give me that needle.
If it's advantage, it's necessary.
You now have expertise in
Did
medicine.
Did you hear what I said?
Joe, I've said multiple things. Angel can basically find a vein in 2 minutes.
Okay. If someone wants to supply Griffin with advantage, then since he's gonna be sticking him.
Hold on. Instead, the middle of an open air garden and entrance. So she's saying.
Oh, let's
Okay.
let's go to a
Move.
medical room.
Also, Piper takes the needle from Griffin. No, my job.
Choose a
Look,
skill in
I
which
know
the
how to
target is
do this,
affected.
despite the fact that I rolled a natural 1.
Piper looks at you.
Okay, so that's the
My-
bone.
My
We're gonna draw
job.
your bone marrow.
Piper, can I do it this time? Changelings are my specialty.
You know what? Yeah, I'm still working on changelings.
She actually goes and finds a
Oh,
nerve
what
your
what what did Vanessa say?
Avery has already shifted back to his regular changeling form. He doesn't need
Let's
the
just chat.
pressure point.
Vanessa, in parentheses, tried to draw blood from the skull.
By the way, this is meant completely platonically. You don't look terrible in your base form, aside from the fucked up disease.
That's a compliment coming from him.
Yes.
She-
Now let's go to the medical room.
Angel's not gonna touch Avery's hand. She's going to use a rubber glove to touch Avery's hand because of her aura.
This is a kit for. Okay, fine. We'll go to a medical room.
I don't want him to feel uncomfy. He should feel comfy.
Field medicine's a thing.
There's no way I'm gonna be comfy while this is happening. Let's just get it over with.
I can technically make you comfy.
Calm emotions. He could do that to himself too.
I can be calm emotionally and still be uncomfortable.
DM, can I press the 3 nerves that make Nicodemus almost completely go limp?
If you'd like to.
Yes.
Ask
Tense muscles
first.
will make needles a problem. And besides, I don't know why you're asking me when it's his character. Ask him.
I'm asking it. I can make everything go limp for a minute. Your brain will still be active, everything will still be moving, but you won't feel intense amounts of pain because of the nerves I'm pressing.
You know what? Sure. Go do the thing.
Okay, but I'm gonna dig because your skin's a little weird. She's got rubber gloves on at this moment.
Mm.
And we're in a
Rubber and copper and light gloves.
As a side note, as you have pushed into a demi-plane and thereby separated yourself from the plane of existence where the Kirine is on, that sensation of pain and your normal mental coping mechanisms are starting to kick back in, so you're already in raucous amounts of pain.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of given what's going on.
And
Yeah.
we are now
Presses 3 nerves that turn off Nicodemus's pain
Go ahead
sensors.
and give me a Constitution saving throw, Avery. Roll me a medicine check. Angel.
and her that would be advantage because she knows the changeling anatomy way
Yep.
better.
That's a total of 17 Constitution.
With a natural 20 for Angel.
Okay.
It's just a regular con check, not a con save.
Con save.
Con
Okay.
save.
See if your body decides, nah, I want to
Yeah,
feel
we'll
the
just
pain.
go with the original flat roll, which was 15. So 15 plus 8, 23.
It doesn't be Angel's is 29, I think.
Yeah, so
correctly.
this isn't necessarily a set of meter beat. This is how well does Angel manage to press on the nerves, and then how does Avery's body react to that press.
Okay, good. All right,
So-
good. So that's good.
With that
Like I
con
said,
save, you've managed to sort of relax the area of your body around where she's about to press. You manage not to tense up when she does press down on it. Though it is still a pressure point, you feel...
And though I am still in vast pain where
Yeah.
she presses it before it
Yeah.
goes limp.
It does take a lot of discipline to try and relax an area where you're constantly in pain anyway.
Yeah.
But you manage to do it, and you feel kind of pretty much all of your muscle tension through your body just completely loosen. Now, muscle tension normally is a reaction to pain, so being noodly, so to speak, with this much amount of pain in your body suddenly feels intensively hot, given the condition you're in. So it has gone from like this throbbing, drumming, occasionally stabbing pain to a very significant burning pain, though it is only slightly numbed by what has been done to your nerves.
It's going to move up to the secondary nerve that turns off the secondary pain sensors. She's going to numb him. Let's make it easy for him. She doesn't
Okay.
use it on Nicodemus because she doesn't have to.
Give me a secondary Constitution saving throw to see how your body reacts to it. Give me another medicine check. Given the condition, he may work differently than normal.
There's a natural 20 on my end.
So you managed
I'll
to hit
just
the right
roll
spot.
high.
Now the con save from you, Avery, for how your body reacts to this.
Please. Don't fight me.
It's not about whether I'm fighting you or
Oh
not.
no, she's talking about the skin and the tension and the whole thing. That's what
Okay,
she's
yeah.
doing as she's doing it.
13 plus con save 8, 21.
21. So, while you understand it's supposed to numb you, and to some degree it does, it feels less strictly like numbing in your body and more so like... How do I put this? Have you ever had Benadryl? Or some-
Probably.
Okay.
It's like an allergy pill that makes you feel kind of groggy.
Yeah.
Ah.
It's
I take
You
ibuprofen
feel-
regularly. Well, I
That's
say
kinda-
regularly, but whenever I am in pain.
Strong dosages of ibuprofen will do it to you. Yes.
Yeah, you
Same
feel
feeling,
somewhat
it's fine.
groggy. There is an element of you, like within your psyche, that's kind of fighting the grogginess. That's like fighting to kind of almost aggressively be awake. But it's groggy. The pain's still there, but now you feel less of an ability to at least mentally focus on it. Which, given this sensation, you may be able to construct a new coping mechanism out of it if you manage to hold on to what this feels like.
What does it feel like?
It's like your muscles have loosened, like you're in a state of your body being asleep, even though your mind is still awake.
Oh,
Uh-huh. So it's just like loosening your body.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it is that sensation of a limb in your body being asleep, without the waking up and the
Mm.
pins and needles fucking.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
I was worried I was gonna have to roll high or low to see if I reflexively used telekinetic reprisal.
Angel's
I would
gonna-
have indicated that if you rolled particularly low with your con save.
Angel's gonna stretch.
Like I want that to be a mechanic. Like if I'm surprised or like hit by intense pain, I might just use telekinetic reprisal.
It's up to you.
Y'all can talk about that. Angel puts her fingers where the strongest vein usually is for Nicodemus, and sees if it's blue when it goes down, and if not, she'll press like double fingers gently in certain places to find that vein coming to the surface.
Anything that heals or numbs pain for Avery does the opposite. Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Well, magically speaking, yes, as well as
Magically
normal
speaking,
healing
yes.
normal healing tactics. In this case, this is just trying to stop the muscles from responding. So in that
Yes.
sense, it's becoming mentally numb. Given again his reaction with his con saves.
So she's gonna press to find herself a vein, and then just gently, like butterfly butter, just go underneath the skin gently. Knowing what it looks like, considering what she cuts people open for a living.
An interesting difference. While Nicodemus's veins are typically, very, very striking blue, there's an almost rust brown coloration to this vein.
ew.
But do I find it easy?
You do. It's actually almost vascularly distended against his skin once you start pushing.
Instead of putting any pressure on it, I gently push under the skin and just go in and just pull.
And you start to draw blood. Where, interestingly, at least from this portion of the body, at least Violet's seen him bleed in combat, it's been oddly purple. From this portion of his body, there is that purple in there, but there's also flecks of just rust.
You cut
You
out.
broke up because you got away from the microphone.
My wrist hit the microphone.
Ah.
While
Rust.
it is purple, like it's been seen in combat, there is also, especially being pulled from this part of his body, an odd rust color. Which is not normal in any that you've encountered.
She gently puts that over and heals over the wound as soon as it's full, and hands it
Using
over
a healing spell, suddenly that skin crackles and flares up. Hurts like a bitch.
He can't feel the pain. His body's reacting, and he's gonna feel it in a minute.
His body
when I let
does
go.
feel that. Well, okay. His body feels it. He'll
His
be able
nerves
to
are
mentally
turned off.
react after.
Yeah, no, there'll be a nerve reaction after. It'll be like a
I'm
yo-yo.
gonna go ahead and roll the high or low right now for when my feeling comes back.
Fair enough.
She puts the syringe the large syringe next to Griffin.
An additional side note for you, Avery, as well. Getting blood drawn from that spot. While you've done enough of a con save to generally be fine, there is a slight dizziness that hits as it gets pulled out of you. Almost like sort of a delayed sense of movement where when you kind of turn your face, it feels like your brain takes a second to follow after you.
Oh my.
You got a 1.
No, I rolled 99 and I decided that high is that I react.
Okay.
Against the one
Minister says,
thing that can
"Hey
heal
Avery, what's
you.
your favorite flavor of sugary candies?"
Sugary what's?
Candies.
Panties? I didn't know they made sugary panties, but lavender would be good. Oh my god!
I'm letting you know
Have a
that
lollipop.
Angel's about to release the nerve so he can move again. She's real nervous about it. Joe?
Yeah?
Angel's
Okay.
going to release the nerve so he can move again.
Okay, release the nerves and that impulse reaction that you rolled.
Avery, as you're doing that, oh, that wasn't so bad. And as he yells, a psychic reprisal, a telekinetic reprisal is released twofold. He's gonna. I can make and I'm flavoring this. I don't know if this is something I can do or not. You can use your reaction to force the creature to make a strength saving throw DC 17. On a failure, the target takes 2d8 force damage and pushed up to 10 feet away. So maybe that just means they make 2 saving throws. Like
Angel to make 2
it
saving
can only
throws?
hit once. It can only hit once, but like I'm trying to figure out how we can make this a little more intense than an ordinary telekinetic reprisal.
I mean, narratively, we can make it like as far as non-damage related, we can still make it a body throw. In which case,
Yeah, that works.
yeah, strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw, and that's a DC 17.
Okay.
Just do
My
once.
strength is 15. That means I have a plus of what?
It means you have a plus 2, I believe.
I'm letting you know that's gonna hit her reaction on her end too. He's gonna take a Tides of Chaos.
What's that?
Basically, it is a wild magic trigger on you, I believe.
Well, this wasn't a decision on his part.
Oh no, it's not a decision on hers either. It's too
Yeah.
fast.
Okay, so a pair of impulsive reactions. Go ahead and roll me a percentile, Avery.
74.
74. Okay.
As she's knocked flat across the room.
All right, we got the bluff.
Is
No, she
the
had
is the
had this-
syringe okay?
Yeah, the syringe is fine. She handed it off already. She's just like she was about to take her gloves off as she was pressing those last nerves, and you just went whoa. Just going.
74. A random creature within 60 feet of you becomes poisoned for 1d4 hours. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna roll a d10. If it lands on a 10, it just gets one of the magical inhabitants of this place. 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. 4, 5. Sinistra. As this wave blasts out and a further colorful sort of spray flies off of Angel, you feel for a moment a little sickly. Bile is crawling across your body.
Oh, yeah, we need to let Amber know that we're done.
Oh,
Yeah, someone message Amber now that we're finished with that
Yeah.
situation.
Does she have problems with blood draw
Yes,
situations?
yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
yes, she is.
Also, we'll catch her up on what happened since we finished that, and that should take like 5
No,
seconds.
that technically was the last part of that. That was the boom.
Okay.
But it's also important. Not related exactly to the blood draw, but when Avery's feeling was returned, the shock of the pain
Knocked
made him
Angel into a wall.
made him reflexively use one of his reactions that knocked Angel into a wall, and then her reaction, like this was a chain reaction, poisoned what was Venestra.
Yeah.
Yep,
by accident.
and
It's a
because
chaos.
of
It tied to chaos.
and because of some passive paladin shit that Venestra's got, like, yeah, it feels a little gross. Okay, well, I'm fine.
The character is okay with blood drawing. She is magical doctor. Player, however,
Yeah,
cannot handle that shit.
Unrelated to the mechanics of the device that was used, the color of his blood is the purple that has been shown off in combat, alongside some incredibly unnatural rust coloring.
I take how many D10 damage?
In the case of that being a narrative event, I'm just not going to say any.
Technically, if she got knocked against the wall, she would get damaged. She's pregnant.
On it. On nothing. Because it was a narrative event. You got thrown
Get that
against
it's
the wall.
a narrative event.
Do you want to take damage?
You
She's
were pushed
pregnant.
up to 10 feet away.
Do you want to take damage, Yanni?
1.5 feet tall.
I'm
She
giving you a
is a-
narrative out.
There's
Okay,
no
how
narrative
mu-
out for that reaction.
How much damage does it normally do?
It normally does 2d8.
Oh, roll me 2d8.
That would be this one? No, that's a 12. This one. Here we go. 1 and... Wow, you got lucky. That's 2 ones. You took 2 force damage.
But you know her nose is bleeding.
Look at
I
Vanessa's trap.
am
That's exactly
so-
what happened.
Sorry.
It's okay. It
That
happens with
was
changelings.
Oh my
fascinating.
god.
You're Angel. It's fine. This happens with changelings. She heals her nose.
That's
Ah.
not a changeling thing. That's a psionic sorcerer thing.
And we're not talking about your anime reaction to seeing Nicodemus without a shirt.
I'm letting you know.
Actually,
I had
that's
to
a-
do half of those
where
nerve
does that
experiments
come
against
from?
Nicodemus before I was able to do them on anybody else.
Where does Gift of the Gem Dragon come from?
From Violet or Angel?
For Avery.
V would walk over to Angel.
Oh,
hold
you
the
got that
lollipop
gift. Remember,
too.
you got that
There you
extra
go.
points of intelligence.
Being in proximity when
You
Violet
healed.
got the other half of her
Yeah.
brain back.
That was the Gift of the Gem Dragon telekinetic reprisal?
Yep.
Mhm.
You
Okay.
picked it.
That's what you picked. I picked.
I just couldn't remember where it came
Mockery.
from, when it came from.
I picked the cantrip Vicious Mockery.
She looks over it. And it's I'm fine. Everything's fine. We're okay.
All right, y'all get back to your tinkering. Can I have that sample, please?
I already gave him the sample. That was the first thing I passed off.
Fantastic. The fuck is wrong with
Yeah,
you?
otherwise
Jesus.
we might be... it would have been in danger of shattering.
Okay. At risk of putting you into shock, he holds up the syringe and shows you the off-putting color. First of all, purple blood. You're used to that at this point, coming out of you. The rust color. What?
That's a new one.
That's new and does not look healthy.
No, don't. No, it don't.
You want to see what a regular changeling's blood looks like? She pulls out a vial of Nicodemus's.
I mean, it's red, is it? No.
Trust, this is usually an indication of, well, I mean, first of all, it's iron oxidizing, and iron is naturally in the blood, but to this degree, it means it's intermingled with some kind of bacteria. So, not unsurprising with your... But I'm gonna have to look over this. And honestly compare it with the sample from your, is she to you a sister, or lover, mother?
Lover.
So start the process of making penicillin. Got it.
Question.
Need
okay.
alchemical antibiotics instead of the magical antibiotics.
That's literally what Barbara's gonna go do. I'ma go make some penicillin. Penicillin's a mold.
Actually, since you do strictly medical stuff, Piper.
Yes, I
He takes a secondary plunger and takes half of the blood sample. You look at this. Tell me what you can find. What I'm doing is more strictly in the realm of imposing time manipulation on the samples and seeing what the hell happens.
So what you're saying is, go ahead and see if antibiotics works to get rid of the rust.
Sure, whatever you'd like to do with it. I figure this out.
Like tinnitus?
Tetanus. Tinnitus is the sensation with the ears ringing from a really loud noise.
Tetanus, I forgot.
Yes.
Your angel
Speaking
triumph.
of which, tetanus is not a bacteria. That's a virus.
Also known as lock joint.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can lock your joints up. So she's angel says.
We're not doing that.
Also, I think he might take that as a challenge. If you're going to do something time related to it, best do it in the secured area. I don't want some blood monster from whatever is causing Avery to have blood like that rampaging here.
Yeah.
That's what Vanestra says.
Fucking blood monster.
Avery's blood is the real BBEG of this campaign. No.
Fucking, I just picture like a blood red muck, like
If they
from
just-
Pokemon.
If they decided to experiment on his body, did they experiment him on before or after?
You're asking me if Millet had experimented on him. Okay.
Yeah.
Peeling over my notes, and again, at least what I went through over with her, there's some similarities in the psionic damage, so to speak, to what can happen with proximity exposure to a... I'm gonna have to double check over
Clear
this to
bomb.
confirm. Speculation. The specific psionic fracturing, and this is the speculative part. This can happen when you've been linked up to an elder brain and it just fucking detonates. That's the speculation. Now, there are a number of symptoms that don't line up with that.
I've never even met an elder brain.
But you met a squid face.
But she met a squid face.
What's to say he's not an elder
Squid
brain
face
projection?
would have been. Wouldn't the squid face have been disconnected from the elder brain, hence having
He
his?
likes it.
I
It doesn't
mean,
affect his body.
he okay. He may have said that. I don't know. I don't know if he's good enough. I generally have a distrust for these fuckers.
Which is a safe assumption.
I'm gonna cross-reference some notes.
Hyper is going to start on a
Like, I
realistic
can-
painting of. Oh wait, you have major image. Duh!
I can relay all my memories of him if it'll make you trust me.
Memories and eyewitness accounts are uniquely fallible. That said, if you want to try and give me a recording, so to speak.
And these notes,
will-
are they not eyewitness accounts on their own right?
I'm letting you know the more Violet hears in the background, the more her nails start to dig into her hand, and she actually starts to bleed. And It's just one of those moments where Piper's turned the other direction. She's lucky.
Oh no, player is the one who's having issues with that. Characters, absolutely fine.
She.
And I think wasn't it more about the needle than the actual blood?
Yes.
Yeah.
Before you silenced the thought process, he said memory alteration. He said memory alteration.
He did mention that as well as just general lost memories and time and things.
Oh, that's right.
Piper is
Said
going
that I
to
might have fractured memories.
So look over what you got.
Fractured over what?
Piper's just gonna slowly walk away. I make penicillin now. And paint a picture of this guy. And walks out of the room.
I hate that I'm getting more questions than answers.
Welcome to delving into your backstory.
Means you played away around in your memory bank.
Avery Starling.
And he enjoyed it. To save you or whatever his thick, twisted sense of whatever it is, and I won't trust him until you're safe.
As much as I
Often
fucking hate
finding-
mind flayers, that is speculation. But I appreciate it.
Videstra is saying in parentheses, often finding an answer involves a lot of questions.
It's wise.
Anyway,
Angel puts her hand on Violet's arm. It's gonna be okay. We killed a lich one while he was sleeping.
Piper leans her head back in. That was hilarious! He never got a
Oh,
chance
yeah.
that he could wake
sorry,
up.
I forgot that you guys godfathered an Elithalich. Still pissed about that. It didn't even have a chance to leave its fucking casket. You
It's a
fucking
good
nuked
name.
it and then proceeded to wish its phylactery out of existence.
I wish I was there. I so wish I was there. That sounds hilarious.
Didn't we take its what's it called? What is the thing?
Its phylactery.
We took its phylactery.
Didn't
gave it
we
to
both
Griffin.
break the phylactery and kill him at the same time?
Oh yeah.
That was and he was asleep.
And I'm
so
like,
perfect.
subtle artificial. Okay.
So,
We assassinated the poor bro.
and Angel's gonna cast calm emotions on Violet. It's okay.
Literally didn't know what hit him.
So,
It's just suddenly he was in the afterlife.
He went to sleep and didn't wake up again.
I'm letting you know. Like she looks over at Xanon. I'm letting you know we brought your girlfriend with us.
But Vinestra also said something.
Avery,
Okay, finish where Nestris thinks. Xanon hasn't talked all.
Avery, now that the medical side of things are done, should we all get to work with crafting your body so your mind
yeah.
doesn't shatter?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
48 hours.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Vanessa?
I had nothing to contribute to any of that.
Yeah, I know. Violet, Angel walks over to Xanon.
Oh, actually, there is something you might be able to provide this as brain just turned off. Farah is looking over her schematics, but I think my husband might be better to explain it. So, you and your dragon, it is a mind link thing, yes?
It's part of it.
Mind link, soul link. How would you describe it?
Be right back. Hold on. Fill me in when I get back. I just gotta pee.
I would describe it as probably a soul link.
Soul link, okay. With your consent, of course, I would do a psionic probing of both you and your dragon friend to provide a psionic model around which Avery may be able to base his connection with this machine. It would be a sort of psionic mimicry in a sense. Make sure it's a stable connection, since you already have a stable connection with another entity in and of yourself. It's something easy enough to link up, I suppose. Is the idea anyway. There's no guarantee it would work, and if it doesn't, it's going to give you a hell of a migraine. So, this is me asking if it's an idea you'd be willing to attempt.
I want to probe my head.
And your dragons. If done successfully, I will have to guide this Avery through pretty much the same exact process for him to trace through your head in the same pathway to get his side of the model, and then theoretically that would be a way to stabilize the link with this new thing we're making. Just you're the only one here strictly with this sort of direct bond with
Another consciousness.
an extension of yourself type of consciousness.
What does Ravik think?
You're also playing Ravik, so you would decide what he thinks.
Actually, no, DM.
Oh,
does
DM's
that.
playing Ravik? Okay.
It's just he gets to make the
What
decisions
the
of
fuck
his.
is the Minotaur with a funny accent on about? I'm sorry, diving into my head. What's the life and death risk with that? Very bad headache. Like the kind I want to die kind of headache? It may be that bad, but all headaches like that fade. Sometimes with proper sleep assistance, whether this be drug or blunt force trauma. I mean, I can deal with a migraine. But that's if it goes wrong, right? Yes. Yeah, well, what about you, Zayna?
What would I have to do?
Think of happy place and do not get distracted. And also think of how happy place influences bond between you and this, Ravik? Yeah.
Sure.
Whether this is Field of Daffodils, whether this is Battlefield amongst dragons, you know, whatever. But that will be addressed after the construct is formed. So, you have a means of, I guess, mentally finding the right sort of place to go, and probably time to wait to do it. Technically, you've got 48 hours before his, I guess according to Violet, his brain is scrambled eggs.
Not how she put it, but yeah, pretty much.
Let's be.
Say that again, microphone from real world cut off.
Let's begin.
Well, that part with you will be a bit of a wait, but you can do some preparations on your side, I'm sure, to really settle in. Do you get into do you do the meditations with your team?
I have no problem concentrating.
Okay. So then you have some sort of baseline. Are there so that's workable. Certainly. Anything else indirect you could potentially think of that may help with that as well? I don't know. This is a theoretical linkage that would provide a stabilizing structure, so to speak. So
Still speaking with Xanon.
speaking with both of them.
I don't know how this would work with a machine, because we both chose to bond to each other.
Well, the crystal itself is not explicitly machine. It is machine is only the means by which it's going to get a body. It by all rights, at least psionically speaking, seems to be a secondary consciousness.
If it's going to mimic our connection, then it would have to choose him.
Well, fair enough. As Vanestra puts it, so like a familiar. Sort of, but I think it's a little deeper than that. He's come back.
Construct it. Joe?
I'm ready when you are.
All right. So first things first, we're going to go ahead and work on the actual, construction of the construct. This will have advantage as well as an additional +6, just due to the aid from not only the additional sort of artificers in that of Vanestra, in that of Farah, and in that of just the other constructs that are helping with the sort of factory side of this.
Right, what do I need to roll? It's advantage and what?
This will be your choice of a tinker tools check, which will be dexterity plus your proficiency if you are proficient with tinker's tools. Otherwise, it will be a flat dexterity. You may also use intelligence for this if you choose
tinker's tools.
What'd you do with the piece of paper, kid?
Well, I'll use intelligence because that's a +4 as opposed to a +1. And it's going to be a total of 12. Although, actually, wait, I'm going to use inspiration because this feels like an important roll.
Okay, and you did already roll with advantage?
Oh, no, I didn't. So, with advantage... with advantage, it's a nat 20.
Okay. Hell yeah. All right, so swimmingly and also in very little time at all. Less time than anticipated, especially with all of the assistance. Slowly but surely, this sort of little humanoid homunculus-like, basically construct-like thing begins to sort of piece itself together. The only thing sort of mainly vacant is effectively its sort of cranium region, where it is mostly perfectly slotted, along with all those sort of the normal brain ridges, except for one little cavity that is perfectly shaped to the crystal.
Oh, we're not slotting it into the abdomen region.
Given the nature of the crystal, no.
Okay. it's how I envisioned it, but I guess we don't have to.
Okay. But the homunculus, for
Heard
the
that,
most
Joe.
part. What?
I heard that, Joe.
I'm sorry. Nobody needs to know. Maybe that was just the pleather moving, except for the fact that I've worn down this pleather. But regardless. Okay. Fine, Vanessa. Fucking sage. Alright.
She's
Alright. So as this homunculus, for the most part, is constructed, you can already feel it's sort of trying to move. The fingers and things are twitching. And you can...
I do have a question. You keep calling it a homunculus, so we're making it biological? We're not making
So
mechanical?
The idea of at least this being a biological homunculus is just insofar as it's a sort of semi-perfect mechanical mimicry of something humanoid in that regard.
Okay. I'm not a fan of it. Okay.
I mean,
It feels less flexible. Like I
that's the
can't
descriptor
tinker
of-
on it as much.
I mean, it is minimal in its baseline and minimal in its augmentations. It's meant to be flexible and adjustable to other forms. This is just sort of like the minimal status of it. So this is meant to be something that you can add to and adjust and change as time goes on.
But it's still gonna have a fleshy.
No. There's no flesh.
Or-
This
Oh,
is just mechanical.
No flesh. You have to
Oh, it is
function as
mechanical.
You have no
Yes.
flesh.
You're not
Okay.
making a
And
T800.
find out we can shapeshift. They're going to tell the church.
among
As long as you look like a newborn baby, they are willing to mate with you.
it's very tiny print.
And as it's pieced together, you can tell just with the sort of basic ocular sensors, it's already trying to look toward you. The fingers are starting to twitch. You're again sort of starting to get that sort of reflected connection that you had initially when it first came out of you, and beginning to get some baseline of communication as Zeus goes to Zenon. We've gotten started. Now we need to create. Now we need to have a baseline for a proper linking for them to make it easy and make it less of a, I would rather they have a model to follow, so to speak. But let's see what we can do here. Are you calm? Are you in a happy place?
I'm ready for drift. Ready to drift.
I'm as calm as I can be right now.
Are you lying to me?
He has a ring of mind shielding, by the way.
Ah, you may need to take that off.
I do? I don't think so.
Any sort of mental defenses you may need for it.
I don't have a ring like that.
Oh, I thought you did.
Oh.
Is he lying?
Oh, it was the Illithid skull. Okay. That rendered him undetectable.
Made
I
me
don't-
invisible. To mind flayers.
Let's go ahead and take a dive here.
Okay, so it's just me with the ring of mind shielding.
First, I'm going to dive into his head. I'm going to try and, for lack of a better way of putting it, carve a path. And then I'm going to try and sync up with you. I am psionic wizard. I have studied my way into this kind of magic. You are a cheater. And we'll try to get the rhythm, and then you will have to follow and do as I do. Don't go fiddling around in somebody else's head. You're going to break something. I've made that mistake before. It's not a pretty picture.
Like doing it.
Man clawed out his eyeballs to give a window for the shuttle people to climb out. There were no shadow people. He just clawed out his eyes. So let's do this. All right. First of all, Xanon and Ravik rolling together. Give me an intelligence.
Oh my god, I
saving
love that gif. Where did... Oh my... What the fuck?
Give you a what?
Intelligence saving throw.
That caught me so
From both?
hard.
On both.
It's 18 total for me. Natural 20 for Ravik.
Making for a total
Of 20.
of 20. Okay, so that means that as the baseline that Zeus is setting, this is going to be a DC 19 for you to try and follow the same path he's setting. As you feel an external presence, basically. Definitely arcane in its nature, but strictly almost like a sort of studied mental observer beginning to almost worm its way into your mind. Like, sort of like a blade sliding between bone. It's painful, but it's sort of drifting past places where it, strictly speaking, will cause any harm at first. Now I'm going to roll to see if he manages to keep that DC. Yeah, with a natural 20, he absolutely does. He's well practiced in this. Continuing to slide through, you can almost feel sort of a physical, almost flesh-like link between you and Ravik for a moment. As you can feel that presence pass between the two of you and kind of wrap around and move through each of you. Kind of just clearly and cleanly moving through your memories as if trying to almost sketch something within your minds while making a deliberate effort to not directly leave anything behind. And I would say you keep those hit points together to re-clarify there. It feels like, personally, when it's happening, it takes hours. But from the outside, it takes maybe 2 minutes while both of them have their eyes twitching and they're just kind of tensing up a little bit before. Okay, it's done. This is a little unsympathetic. So basically, once you get access to this model, you're going to have to do something a little personal with it, with the thing you're linking up to. Because again, he mentioned there's a trust thing and a choice thing. So you'll have to work with rapport after you get the models. Now, do as I do. You're going to basically slide into their psyche, moving along the ridges of their brains, almost like a snake
Foreplay.
slithering between them. We're not trying to fuck his mind.
King.
You are going to be a snake slithering between dunes. You are not to... Are you familiar with bowling?
With what?
With bowling.
Bowling.
Bowling. Would he be? Is that something that exists in the time period he's experienced?
Roll a history check. Again, Skags have access to quote-unquote ancient human technologies.
I'm not a skag. I'm a changeling.
But, I mean, they are
Muller.
locusts of that sort of history, so maybe you've been exposed to it through books or something else like that, just in passing.
Well,
like,
I rolled a
leads
4,
towards this.
and my history is +4, so that's a total of 8, DM.
No, you're not familiar with bowling. A better reference here.
Is the historic record stuff.
Wait. Oh, okay. You are at the bottom of a. You are on a bridge over a lava. Bridge has no walls, it's rickety as shit. But what is your one goal when crossing that bridge?
Other side.
Yes. And what do you absolutely not want to touch?
The air under the bridge.
Sure, and the lava.
Oh, we're crossing lava. Yeah.
So think about it like this: when you begin to see the ridges of the Xanon and the Ravik brain, the lowermost parts of the ridge, they sort of trench as it will show itself. That is the bridge. Anything else around you is the lava. Do not touch it.
It's an inverse bridge. Got it.
This is why I like the bowling analogy better, but you're not familiar with it.
I mean,
the
we
whole
can,
stick there
we'll
was for the
say
love
that
of their
it does
gods. Don't
exist,
get their
'cause
gut ball.
Benestra did bring up a good point. I imagine people were throwing rocks at other rocks for a very long time. We can say bowling exists.
Nico, let's go bowl. Yeah, so in this case, for the love of the gods, don't get the gutter ball, or he's going to get a very bad headache and shunt you out like a. Well, you'll find. And also, so will the both of you. It's not going to feel good.
For the more modern-minded characters, you could say it's like playing the game Operation.
It's sort of, yeah, that too. Okay, so let's do this. I've already gone diving through. I've left a trail for you to follow. It's going to fade. Pretty much as you follow it, because the goal is to not leave anything behind in their heads. Sorry, I know I said I wouldn't leave anything behind. Something for him to follow. I apologize. So if he fucks this up, it's gonna be a little worse than a migraine. I apologize. You said yes to this. This is now, I am your problem until this is finished.
I would be rolling all my rolls with advantage, given this is my area of expertise. Yeah.
You will be rolling, instead of an intelligence in this case, you'll be rolling whatever your spellcasting roll is, and you are a sorcerer, so this would be charisma.
Charisma. But it would be with advantage, I ask again. Yeah?
Not for something this sensitive, but you do get a bonus to your roll.
Okay.
So this will be a charisma plus your proficiency bonus, plus in this case due to Zeus's assistance, +2. And
all right, that's fine.
The main reason you don't get any strict penalties is because they've managed to remain calm. Now, because you are doing basically a brain trench run, this is essentially your first time doing something like this, specifically. Basically looking for a path in someone's mind like this. I'm going to need...
We're doing that one Death Star scene.
Kinda, yeah. And in this case, you don't want to be the X-Wing that rams into the side of the trenches. So, given that, Ravik and Xanon, go ahead and give me an intelligence saving throw real quick.
Is this to maintain concentration?
This is to, sort of maintain that sort of calm, lucid state of mind. DC will be 19, as it was preset for the path that was laid out.
Does it help that I have the Warcaster feat?
Since you're not maintaining a spell necessarily, in this case, no.
Okay. $14 for Xanon. And natural 20. 20 total for Ravik.
20 total and 14. Okay.
Go message you.
Okay. So with that is a 17, which means you guys do not strictly maintain the DC. But your total for your charisma roll was what, Brick?
You hadn't had me roll it yet.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead and roll.
17 plus proficiency of 6. So we'll say plus a total of 8. It's gonna be 25.
25. Okay. So given that, especially with Avery and his volatile state kind of sliding into your mind, is a little rocky and a little hard to kind of hold on to, Avery is actually supremely careful in kind of tracing along this model and eventually pulling it free. Neither of you are negatively affected. And what you have, at least in a psionic sense, is a sort of at least physical model for the baseline for how the Soul Link should mentally feel, based on the records from them in their minds, as well as at least to some respect how it should feel psionically, even though for them it's less of a psionic aspect, despite the fact that they do have a psychic link with each other. That is the biggest thing you grasp onto. And now to that end, a matter of gaining rapport with the machine that has been constructed for you, along with you.
Happy birthday. I say to it.
Can you say that again?
I told my construct happy birthday.
Oh.
All right. So with that, now you have to do basically a rapport check for this thing, which
All right.
DC has been lowered significantly since you have that baseline to work with. That said, as this is going on, you guys can do input on this if you'd like. Whether it's just interacting with the situation or talking about it. This is not strictly a one-on-one thing.
What does a rapport check involve? Is it just a flat roll or?
Flat D20, yeah.
Okay, and that's 11. Tell me how that does, and I might decide to use inspiration.
Okay. With it getting a 20, while your initial attachment is a little bit weak, it does try and lead on a bit. That said, you are a little bit weak on your front, so it'll change the amount of time this will take to connect. You're basically going to be stuck in a meditative state for a little
If
while.
it's just a time thing, I don't want to waste an inspiration on that.
Fair enough, yeah. It means it will take a little while. Given that it got a 20 on its side, it's not going to be...
For instance, if it was going to have a permanently somewhat weaker link, then I would have wanted to reroll that.
Right, yeah, no. This is sort of the psionic aspect of the crafting side here. So you will be kind of locked into this sort of one-on-one meditative, for lack of a better way of putting it, staring contest with it for a bit.
Vanessa says, query, Joe, for when not busy, are the magic items I mentioned / ideas I sent all right? If
Yeah.
so, V and
Yeah, that's
Amira
fine.
could go about... All right, then V and Amira will go about getting them ready and hand them out.
Absolutely. Okay. So while that section is going on, eventually this will reach a completion state. But this will at least now open the floor a little bit for everybody else to go ahead and interact.
Minus Avery. He's meditating. He's holding staring contest.
Yeah.
Nestor says, as an aside, if you can think of a type of food in this place, it can be created.
Oh.
I want red Jello. Well, it wouldn't be Jello. It's just a strawberry gelatin. Jello's a brand. It doesn't exist. God, Finestra, have you seen raccoons being given cotton candy?
And as it stands for a moment, I'm going to go ahead and hit BRB here because I'm getting incredibly hot again.
Yes.
I'm going to try and find something to cool down. I think the water in the fridge has cooled down a decent bit, and I'm going to chug one of them. Again, I will thank you, Megan, for the AC that's on its way.
Oh, you're gonna get better.
Hmm?
God, you're gonna get better.
I'm hoping so. This thing next to me was a godsend last year, but this year it's just a different kind of hot. I don't know.
Is it more humid?
Given how sticky I feel, I'm going to say yes.
You may need a dehumidifier too.
I think the other
Some
one.
I can't afford to give him a dehumidifier.
I know. I'm saying that could help, but
He's getting a
I
full
wanna be able
AC,
to get-
so
that should help you. Having both would be mega awesome, but
In Colorado, you should have less of a problem with humidity than something like Houston, though.
Typically, yeah, this has been a weirdly humid year, despite the fact that last year it was raining a lot more.
Please.
Of course, it could just be me, because again, I sweat like a motherfucker. Where's my brain at? Okay. I think strictly for structure, we'll pick up with the finality of your meditation and the piecing together of your I believe it's called Iron Guardian, mechanically speaking. We'll pick up with that next session before moving into the rest of that. However, or at least the rest of this here, since you are in the midst of meditating, there is the other thing. In this environment, and at least in this sort of paradise manifestation area within Venestra's ring, it is oddly serene. There's simulated wildlife of all kinds, birds and what have you. Maybe they're simulated, maybe they're real. Kind of hard to gauge the level of tangibility that they seem to have at this distance. But it is a somewhat relaxing environment.
With a beach, so a beach episode can occur, says Minestra.
Well, maybe.
We already had the multiple onsen episodes, so.
cold.
a cold beach would be hilarious.
Cold Beach is a thing. You guys are actually pretty close to the Kirin coast, I think. Over in Kirin on the exit here.
I'm very familiar with cold beaches. I recently took a trip to Alaska.
Nice.
Hyper melting through the ice because lava lady.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I will say, while this meditation is going on, Amira has kind of popped out of one of the sort of manufacturing facilities and is beginning to dole out some new magical items. Constructions, fusions, and various purifications from some things that are a little bit familiar from the Abyss escapade. And some things that, at least in their own regard, are, to their own degree, mildly unique. what gets distributed and where, since you largely constructed those, Venestra / Mira, it'll be up to you. Now, with that as well, I believe Piper was actively working currently on some penicillin, if I remember correctly. Clarify, is that coffee penicillin? Because I know there's
She
this
walked
coffee thing going on.
off
Ah.
to go make penicillin.
And paint a picture.
And paint a picture.
For
Fantastic.
Griffin.
For Griffin, okay. Cool. Painting a picture for Griffin. What are you painting a picture of? I apologize, my
The
brain's been
elephant.
scrambled. Oh, of
The elephant.
Absolutely. Sure thing. In which case then, artistic shorthand, that'll be, you can do a performance or a sleight of hand check, whichever you'd like to do.
She has mastery with artist tools.
Which I don't know how that would.
Basically,
Work.
it counts like any other skill roll, just with whatever stat is
plus
attached
12.
to it. You can, yeah. That.
So I will do sleight of hand because my sleight of hand is better.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. Hold on.
Getting a new dice box soon.
And then, remind me, what were Angel and Violet respectively going off to do?
Randall and Violet weren't doing anything. Angel was about to offer pulling out Xanon's girlfriend.
Ah, right, okay.
Okay, so 20 plus sleight of 20 plus 5 plus 12. Anyway, do the Angel Xanon thing. Again, in a life.
Finally, this fucking thing started feeling cold, and I'm at the exact right angle where it's managing to blast my neck. My neck fucking needs it.
That is where part of your spine is.
It is where one of the largest veins are.
True. The fucking jugular.
Is Xanon still focusing with Avery?
I
that
didn't
part.
know that there. Yeah, that was
that wasn't continuous.
Yeah.
That was a.
That was just a check.
Angel's just gonna push her out behind a bush and then push her into Xanon.
Okay.
What are you doing here?
I don't know what the hell. Hi. Where are we?
Is Angel here?
She pushed me into you, so she snaps her head back to try and look for where you are. Are you gonna try to hide from her? Are you gonna try to bolt off? You're just gonna stand there proudly?
Angel's just gonna toss the love dust in the air and then just let work happen.
Oh. Okay, Alright, she's gonna roll a con save.
She was so pissy earlier.
Oof. Cool. Sandon, roll me a con save.
What is this? Is this a... Does this put a type of condition on me?
Enamored. That's pretty much it. That's the condition.
Is this like a charmed effect?
It's more like a heavy suggestion. That's why there's a bush. Considering how pissy she's been.
It's an anti-inhibition effect, so I would say it's adjacent to charm.
A charm effect.
It doesn't strictly force you to do anything you don't want to, but it does open up the things that you may be hesitant.
Considering how pissy she's been since you left, so she's like, here, take her. She's annoying me. She's yelling at me.
So con save with advantage.
That would be 20 total.
20 total.
It doesn't beat my spell day save DC.
Your spell save DC is what total right now? It's like
22.
22, okay.
No, 23. I just leveled up, so 23.
Okay. Well, you've always had a general attraction partner. As prissy and bitchy as she's been. It's the environment you're in, unique and expansive and magical in its nature. Maybe it's the fact that you haven't seen her in a while, especially having been in the abyss and had sort of a significant lack of contact. Maybe it's the fact that some kind of magical or dust has been thrown into the air that, while it doesn't necessarily seem to be twisting your mind, it seems a lot of hesitations are going to the waste. What is up to you? What to do with that?
There's a bush. A rather large bush.
Given her natural roll of a fucking 7, she seems to be pulling you in the direction of that particular bush. It's up to you whether you act on it.
Angel has definitely dimension door outside of this radius.
How large is this place?
It is particularly expansive. The map, as it was shown in session art, that is a city structure of interlocked islands. So it is big.
How high does it go?
How's it go, Vanestra?
I'm gonna get my one piff prank for the week.
Okay, same as Earth. So, an atmosphere in height.
That's a very fuzzy, that's not set. There's no number there.
Okay.
A rough ballpark, I suppose.
I will say, gained some new abilities while you were gone.
Did you?
I'll show them to you. I'll put her over my shoulder, fly straight up into the sky, high as I can go.
You could say you could.
Do we want to be careful, or do we want to cause a rainstorm? And she says, "You guys got to blue, I guess."
We could reference the Carmen line at 100 kilometers.
Sure.
There's going to be a tiny dot to everyone else in the sky, and we're both going to join the Mile High Club.
Yay!
Fair enough.
Angel appears behind Piper.
Ah, what?
Another piff prank. Getting one in for the extra bonuses.
1 minute. I'm trying to make penicillin. You know how hard it is to make a specific mold grow?
Thank you for the love dust.
You're welcome. Noted. Angel needs a bell on her.
Poof, what do you need? Poof, what do you need?
Well, Piper's also focusing really hard because, again, penicillin is a mold. That's why you're allergic to penicillin, Megan.
I'm not allergic to penicillin.
Oh, I thought you were. Then who do I know that's allergic to penicillin? Fuck.
Somebody I care about
I
is
don't know
allergic to
anybody who's allergic to
penicillin.
penis.
The only person I really care about is like
Although actually, there are some people that have that allergy.
is allergic to
They are
penicillin.
very
Yeah,
rare.
no.
It's very terrible.
Yeah. Because, you know, it's a really good antibiotic because it
What if
eats all
they're
the
male?
bacteria.
Isn't that a problem?
What if they're what?
Male.
Technically, the allergy is less strictly. We're not going to get into this on stream.
Okay.
Okay, so she looks over at Piper.
Yes.
And she hands her the specific fruit that was put inside of the notebooks that was used to make penicillin.
He knows how to make it. It's just hard to make it because you're trying to get one specific bacteria eating mold.
Mold is
Overall.
generally produced through fungus for the most part, correct?
Yes, mold is a fungus.
Druidcraft would
Yes.
allow that.
In fact, usually it's a mixture of different fungi.
You want to druidcraft a bouquet of fungi, so to speak.
Yes, because then I have to make the mold. Also, there are facilities to help. Meanwhile, Piper, not knowing this, sitting cross-legged in a garden somewhere.
Sony pops over
Angel
your
po-
shoulder. Well,
Ah, not you too! Stop it!
what do you need?
I need to give you all
Poof,
bells!
What do you need? Poof, what do you
I don't get a bell.
need?
You and your friends did a good job with the Feywild, although I should say the Abyss. Trying to grow some penicillin.
Yes, I need to grow penicillin because I need to see if that has a reaction to this. Shows the rusty purple blood.
Well, are you not trying to become an archfey of medicine?
Yes, that's why I'm working on it.
Focus less on the meticulous handiwork side. What do Fey do in their domains, Piper?
I now have that gift stuck in my head. Poof, what do you need? Poof, what do you need?
They distort time.
That's right.
Time work
Yes.
for you. Focus. Let it die. Roll me a wisdom check.
Okay, hold on.
Is that Carmen?
14 plus, I think, a 5. Yeah,
19.
14.
The mold structure that you've been carefully and meticulously starting to grow with your druidcraft. Suddenly, almost like a spilled bucket of paint, begins to grow and overgrow out of the container over your legs and onto the ground.
Ah, that's a little much. That's too many slices.
And as you say that out, there is no Wilsoni to be seen.
Seriously, Angel, you and Wilsoni need a bell.
Bell. I don't get a bell. The only one who gets to have a bell for me is Nicodemus.
Damn right.
Ah, not you too. Piper has amazing hearing. Her sister and her fiance. Super fucking stinky.
Funny enough, there is one person in our trio that does get a bell. But it's just a death.
Only a death toll for certain people.
Do I have toll for the dead or something like that? Do I have that spell? Yeah, I have toll the dead. I mean, I could toll the dead. Does that count as a bell?
Sort of. Very destructive, very painful bell.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting you what you want. Give me a second, child.
Poor gardening automaton. Finally, Nestra. It's been a little while since you've been in here, at least with other living people. Refreshing. But there is, there is something to the solitude the place provides. Still, having living people here in this quantity, a little odd. First time for anything, I suppose. but there is a bit of a resonance to it. Almost like the metal of this place, the copper, sing. Copper ring. The copper from that fountain by the grave is ringing. And ringing. And ringing. Before it suddenly cuts and silences, and all the runes across their surfaces glow a vibrant green. And that's where we're going to end the session.